Baik, selamat pagi, selamat datang kami ucapkan kepada seluruh partisipan, seluruh hadir yang berbahagia. The Honorable Director of Indonesian Institute of the Arts Bali, Professor Dr. Iwayan Adnyana, SSN, MSN, respectable the Chairwoman of ISI Bali Senate, all the Vice Rectors, distinguished leaders, all the invited speakers, participants, invitees, ladies and gentlemen. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Blessed for all of us and good morning. We are delighted to welcome you to the Bali Global Arts and Design Symposium B-GAADS 2 with the theme TUTUR BHUWANA TUWUH meets World Memories for today on Wednesday, October 29, 2025 here in Kirtya Sabha Mahottama Auditorium, Citta Kelangen Building, ISI Bali. And today we gather in this creative and academic space to share insights, exchange ideas, and celebrate dynamic collaborations that shape the global arts and design community. We are deeply honored to have with us respected leaders, representatives, and invited speakers to be here in this special occasion. And for the first, we proudly present screening of the video ISI Bali Profile.
Art, design, and culture are the foundation of civilization, the noble order of human life. Every space plays a role in maintaining and affirming this. The Indonesian Institute of the Arts Bali is present at the forefront, whole, complete, and comprehensive. ISI Bali was officially inaugurated on February 28, 2025. Its journey began, evolved, and developed in line with the dynamic efforts to strengthen the institution and continuously advance the fields of arts. Starting as the Indonesian Academy of Dance, or ASDI, in 1967, it transformed into the Indonesian College of the Arts, or STSI, in 1992, and later became ISI Denpasar in 2003. Throughout its history, this higher education institution has consistently been dedicated to promoting the spirit of Indonesia rooted in local wisdom, yet embracing the universal perspective and striving for global competitiveness. ISI Bali has two faculties. The Faculty of Performing Arts has 6 bachelor programs, including Dance, Karawitan Arts, Puppetry Arts, Music, Performing Arts Education, Theater, and Digital Business. The Faculty of Fine Arts and Design offers 9 undergraduate and applied undergraduate programs, including Craft, Fine Arts, Interior Design, Visual Communication Design, Photography, Fashion Design, Film and Television Production, Product Design, Animation, and Architecture. ISI Bali also offers graduate school for master and doctoral level. The master level has 4 study programs for Magister: Master of Arts, Master of Design, Master of Arts Education, and Master of Arts Management. To enhance the quality of its higher education services, ISI Bali offers 2 distinguished doctoral programs, Doctor of Arts and Doctor of Design. ISI Bali proclaims its vision. ISI Bali is a higher education institution in arts, design, and culture that is known for its excellence and global reputation. The effort to implement this vision is supported by the Strategic Actualization Program, Asta Mahachita Bali, 8 platforms for realization of the noble vision of Isi Bali, which includes Bali Citta Swabudaya, community service in villages. Bali Widya Kahuripan, actualization of learning outcomes in sacred and holy spaces. Bali Citta Pradesa, community services in sacred spaces. Bali Citta Samasta, Alumni Arts Festival. Bali Sangha Dwipantara, national level Tridharma dissemination platform. Bali Padma BHUWANA, international level Tridharma dissemination platform. Bali Nata BHUWANA, national and international learning outcomes actualization. Bali Citta BHUWANA, international community service. Asta Mahachita Bali is a platform entirely dedicated to facilitating dialogue, interaction, and collaboration between Isi Bali's academic community and maestros, artists, designers, academics, professionals, and talented students from universities across the country and internationally. Strategic actualization is also built upon the spirited motto, Global Bali Arts and Creativity Center Hub. This slogan and pledge embody the shared intent and resolve to realize Isi Bali as prosperous and dignified. The aim is to shape graduates who are resilient, embodying the spirit of Pancasila, dynamic, critical, creative, and innovative in the fields of creation, study, education, presentation, and entrepreneurship in arts, design, and culture. In its latest achievements, Isi Bali has undertaken various strategic efforts: system improvement, institutional development, strengthening of arts and design nomenclatures, enhancing human resources quality, building a cooperative and partnership ecosystem, and planning policies that support the advancements of facilities and infrastructures. Isi Bali has consistently implemented curriculum to ensure that students gain practical experience, networking opportunities, and accelerated access to trusted dissemination platforms. Isi Bali, the arts higher education institution that achieved the highest number of key performance indicators in Indonesia in 2022 and 2023. The Indonesian Institute of the Arts Bali honors art, design, and culture. It exalts virtue and purity in beauty.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let us pray and praise God because of His blessings and mercy. We can come here together without any obstacle with healthy conditions in these symposiums. We please you all rise. Hadirin dimohon berdiri, kita berdoa sejenak demi lancarnya acara pada hari ini. Berdoa sesuai dengan keyakinan masing-masing. Pray begins. Pray ends. Indonesia National Anthem Indonesia Raya.
Indonesia
Please have a seat. Disilakan duduk kembali. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the main agenda, we would proudly present the B-GAAD teaser video.
From the heart of the Asia Pacific, where myths are born, memories breathe, and worlds converge, Bali stands as a radiant crossroads of cultures, creativities, and human connections. Here, tradition and innovation arrange in harmony. The whispers of ancient stories and memories awaken new ideas. The Indonesian Institute of the Arts ISI Bali, which initiated the Bali Global Axis of Arts and Design, B-GAAD, flourished its inspiring journey as a forum that nurtures creativity, scholarship, and collaboration across the region. B-GAAD actualized the mission of the Asia-Pacific Axis of Arts and Design Higher Education, which are excellence in arts and design academic performance, commitment in social prosperity, conservation local culture, and preservation ecological balance. In 2024, the inaugural B-GAAD 1 marked a historic milestone, bringing together higher education institutions in arts and design from across the Asia-Pacific and beyond. From Australia, Japan, Malaysia, Kazakhstan, Republic of Korea, China, Singapore, Thailand, and Indonesia. Creative minds gathered to share thought, celebrate diversity, and envision the future of art and design. Building on that success, B-GAAD 2 2025 unfolds with the theme TUTUR, BHUWANA, TUWUH, meets world memories. This theme invites participants on a journey through the stories that define who we are, the myths that shape civilizations, the worlds we inhabit and create, and the memories that build human beings from time to time. It calls upon artists, designers, expertises, scholars, and academia leaders to reinterpret myths, not as a distant legends, but as a living reflections of wisdom, nature, and shared humanity. Through symposiums, exhibitions, performance, and cultural encounters, B-GAAD 2 cultivates creativity rooted in tradition, yet open to global perspective. B-GAAD 2 proudly presents 8 signature programs, each designed to foster creative exchange, cultural dialogue, and academic collaboration. The B-GAAD Leaders Summit, the Bali Global Arts and Design Symposium, B-GAADS, the Bali Global Performing Arts Map, B-GAAD, the Bali Global Art Map Exhibition, B-GAAD, the Bali Global Innovative Design Map Exhibition, B-GAAD, the Bali Global Encounter Figure, B-GEF, the Bali Global Authentic Trip, B-GAT, and the Bali Global Expo and Job Fair, B-GEGF. This year, institutions from across the region and the world will again gather in Bali. Among them, Akademi Seni Budaya dan Warisan Kebangsaan Aswara Malaysia, Kazakh National Academy of Choreography, LaSalle College of Arts, and Nanyang Academy of Fine Arts, Nava, Singapore, Phetchaburi Rajabat University, Thailand, University of Western Australia, Kyoto Saga University of Arts, and Okinawa Prefectural University of Arts, Japan. University of Iowa, USA. Jatia Kabikadi Nasrul Islam University, Bangladesh. And Hankook University of Foreign Studies, Republic of Korea. Held from the 26th to the 31st October 2025 at the Indonesian Institute of the Arts, EC Bali. B-GAAD 2025 continues to celebrate a shared vision of art and design as bridges across cultures and as the catalyst for harmony, sustainability, and innovation.
Respected leaders, ladies and gentlemen, to officially open our symposiums, we're pleased to invite Director of the Indonesian Institute of the Arts Bali, Professor Dr. Iwayan Adnyana, SSN, MSN, to deliver the keynote presentations. Please give him a warm round of applause.
Om Swastiastu, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, salam sejahtera, namo buddhaya, salam kebajikan, rahayu. The honorable invited speakers, the Mayor of Misato, Japan, Mr. Takashi Kado. Please rise. Thank you. Emura Kaichi from Kyoto Saga University of Art, Japan. He delivered the videos for these occasions. Kathy Perrot, MFA from University of Iowa, USA, please rise. Thank you. Hatano Isumi from Okinawa Prefectural University of Art, Japan. He also delivered the videos. Professor Dr. K. Azril Ismail from Aswara, Malaysia, please rise. Thanks so much. Professor Toli Sabaeva Sana from Kazakh National Academy of Choreography, Kazakhstan. He also delivered videos. Professor Jago Bloom, MFA from LaSalle College of Art, Singapore. Please rise, sir. Thank you. Professor Dr. M. Jahahir Alam from Jatia Kabikasi Nasrul Islam also delivered the videos. Professor Paul Trinidad from University of Western Australia. Please rise, Professor. Thank you. Mrs. Tan Sowailan from Nanyang Academy of Fine Arts also delivered the video. Ana Agung Gederai, the founder of Arma Museum Indonesia, Bali. Please rise, Pak Agung. Professor Dr. Koh Yung Hoon from Hankook University of Foreign Studies, Korea. He also delivered the video. Koman Wahyu Suteja, founder of Komaneka Art Gallery, Ubud, Bali, Indonesia. Please rise. Thank you. Putu Supadma Rudana, MBA, chairman of the Indonesian Museum Association. He also delivered the video. Next, Dr. Imade Sidia, MSN from the Indonesian Institute of the Art, Bali, Indonesia. Thank you. Dr. Nimade Ardini, MSE from the Indonesian Institute of the Arts, Bali. Thank you. The all open call speakers, all the leaders and delegation of B-GAAD 2 2025, Akademi Seni Budaya dan Warisan Kebangsaan Aswara Malaysia, Kazakh National Academy of Choreography Kazakhstan, LaSalle College of Art and Nanyang Academy of Fine Art, Singapore, Pechaburi Rajabat University, Thailand, University of Western Australia, Kyoto Saga University of Art, and Okinawa Prefectural University of Art, University Iowa, USA, Jatia Kabikasi Nasrul Islam University, Bangladesh, and Hankook University of Foreign Studies, Korea, as well as the dedicated host, the Indonesian Institute of the Arts, Bali. Respected all academia who participate in this international event, who present in person here or attending in streaming videos. Distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to welcome you all to the Bali Global Art and Design Symposium in Bali. The Indonesian Institute of the Art Bali, or Institute Seni Indonesia Bali, abbreviated as ISI Bali, initiate the Asia Pacific Axis of Art and Design Higher Education. It actualized into a new platform named Bali Global Axis of Art and Design, or B-GAAD. It promotes communication in art and design among higher education institutions across the Asia Pacific region. The vision of B-GAAD is a space for dialogue, strategic partnership, and collaboration among institutions with shared goals, excellence in art and design, commitment to welfare, preservation of local culture and heritage, and conservation of ecological balance. The Asia Pacific has long been a crossroad of economic, cultural, and political interaction, resulting in rich exchange and occasional confrontation between civilization and people. An amazing number of cultural nuances have flourished across the area, including their diversity, tradition, customs, local philosophies, and visual culture, particularly in art and designs. Bali, historically a meeting point of Malayo-Polynesia cultures, remains a locus where this culture converges. Cultural encounters have always been harmonious in Bali. Since last year, ISI Bali has been committed to reinventing the tradition of positive interaction, which is the essence of Bali Global Axis of Art and Design, or B-GAAD. B-GAAD aims to facilitate the exchange of ideas, networking, and strategic communication among higher education institutions in art and design, as well as new media, liberal arts, and related artistic activities in the Asia Pacific. Our big mission includes establishing mechanisms for dialogue and strengthening and collaboration to enhance the quality of education, developing partnership and programs to improve community prosperity and help preserve culture and local tradition as well as heritage, creating initiative for sustainable ecological conservation, implementing programs to foster a world characterized by peace, justice, and prosperity through dialogue and collaboration. B-GAAD has received positive and enthusiastic response from overseas leaders of art and design higher education since it was first launched in 2024. For the second B-GAAD, we are proud to announce 11 universities across Asia Pacific, 2 art institutions, and an overseas government like I mentioned before. We also received a great support from Agung Rai Museum of Art, Arma Ubud, and Komanika Gallery, and Misato City, Japan. Thanks you, Mr. Mayor of Misato. To glorify the historical moment of B-GAAD, we proudly present TUTUR BHUWANA TUWUH, Meet World Memories. This theme is proudly explored in the symposium through diverse perspective and multifaceted memories. Meet live on as part of the knowledge system and ancient wisdom of nations of the Asia Pacific. In this time past, before dawn of scientific knowledge, myth served as a guiding beacon to connect humanity with nature. As Hamilton wrote in Mythology, Timeless Tales of God and Heroes, 1969, mythology is a way the human race took and felt untold age ago. Through it, we retrace the path from civilized man, who now lives so far from nature, back to a connection with the earth and sea, with trees and flowers and hills, unlike anything we ourselves can feel now. Myth is deeply rooted in human memory and daily practice because it is intertwined with rituals. As Kapop explains, the theories of mythology, 2005, it is undeniable that myths are closely attached to rituals. In fact, if a story has not been associated with cult or ritual, explicitly or implicitly, it is better not to call it myth, but legend or folktales. Myth is deeply rooted in human memory and daily practice because it is intertwined with rituals. As Capo explained in the Theory of Mythology, 2005, it is enabled that myths are closely attached to ritual, and in fact, if a story has not been associated with cult and ritual, explicitity or implicitity, it is better not to call myth or legend and folktales. I repeat again, this is a stronger statement. Even today, myth continues to live alongside logos. Myth react out and sublimated the imagination, while logos pursue empirical truth. Myth teach the people of the Asia Pacific to read the star as a guide for planting crops, casting net in a sea, or choosing the right time to build a home. Myth and logos are eternal companions of humanity in navigating life. Art and design serve as a media through which myths are read, interpreted, and reimagined into new form of expression. Thus, creative expression is not only preserve collective memory, but in the past also shape it. As yet note in the Art of Memory, 1996, in the Asian world, devoid of printing without paper for note-taking or in which the type of lectures, the trained memory was of vital importance. And the ancient memories were trained by an art which reflected the art and architecture of the ancient world, depending on faculties of intention visual memorization, which we have now lost. The connection between myth and memory in the theme of the second B-GAAD 2025 is the once again place myth alongside logos, both intertwined with human memories as a means of survival in harmony with nature. The challenge of artists lies in ensuring that their creative expression are intertwined with the strengthening of memory work that within half a minute, again within a half a minute, can depict attention and at the same time a profound gaze. The idea referred to Alison George's theory in the brain, 2018. If you create a memory that lasts more than half a minute, then the connection between the relevant areas of your cortex and your hippocampus will become strengthened. Thus, the hippocampus is wired to many different parts of the cortex and help to glue together the different aspects of a single memory. The Bali Global Art and Design Symposium, or B-GAADS, features 28 speakers. They are reputable readers, experts, professors, the artists and experts from art and design, higher education, museum, galleries, and independent from around Asia Pacific. It is occasion we would like to share our sincere appreciation to the Mayor of Misato City, Japan, Mr. Takashi Kado, for attending this event, for honoring this event with his inspiring speech. To all the invited speakers, call paper speakers, artists, designers, leaders, maestros, guest professor, media pairs, partner, and the participants, we believe that our encounter will keep the solidarity and internalize the Asia-Pacific axis of art and design higher education platform. To all the committee members who organized all the event with passion, love, and dedication is much appreciated. Please spread the experience to all your colleges, families, and friends from Bali to declare the Asia-Pacific solidarity for new innovation. See you next B-GAAD 2026. Om Santi 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Rahayu, thanks so much for your attention.
Thank you very much for the delightful keynote presentations by Director of EC Bali. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, next please welcome the screening of the video. Here we are, the Asia-Pacific Solidarity.
Greetings from LaSalle College of the Arts, University of the Arts, Singapore, to Rector, Professor Kuhn, and colleagues at ISI Denpasar, and all other delegates. Many congratulations on the establishment of the Asia-Pacific's Axis of Arts and Design, and for the inaugural Bali Global Axis of Arts and Design event. The Asia-Pacific's Axis of Arts and Design will provide a brilliant opportunity for arts and design institutions in the Asia-Pacific region to come together to a shared goal, to nurture the next generation of great artists and creative thinkers who will shape societies for the future.
インドネシア国立芸術大学デンバザール校のワヤン・アトニアナ学長をはじめ皆様、こんにちは。私は佐賀美術大学と佐賀美術短期大学の学長をしております日本美術史の研究者の佐々木雅子です。アジア太平洋地域での芸術系高等教育機関での協力を構築することは重要になってくるのではないでしょうか。音楽も共に活動していきたいと願っております。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。
And now we move to the invited speaker sessions featuring presentations from our international partners. Let us begin with the presentations from the Mayor of Misato City, Japan, Mr. Takashi Kado, and allow me to read the CV. Takashi Kado, born in 1964, Japan. Takashi Kado is a seasoned professional in the financial service sector with a comprehensive experience in marketing strategy, compliance, and international business cooperations. He graduated from the Faculty of Economic and Business Administration at Tokyo Metropolitan University in 1987, and subsequently joined Daiwa Securities Co. Ltd., where he served in key leadership roles including Head of Marketing Strategy, Branch General Manager, and Compliance Manager. His global exposure includes assignments in Hong Kong and study experience in the United States and enhancing his strategic understanding of global markets. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Takashi Kado.
Honorable Rector Professor Dr. Wayang Kun Adoniana, hosts, guests, and respected speakers, good morning to all of you. I am Takashi Kado, the mayor of Misato Town in Japan. Our town has been continuing town-sister relationship with Mas Village in Bali for more than 30 years. Therefore, it's my honor to be here and have this kind of opportunity. Today, I'd like to share with you about Yamata no Orochi, or in English, can be translated to the eight-headed great serpent, a mythology story themed around disaster, which is performed through our town's traditional art, Iwami Kagura. Misato Town is a small town located in the mountainous regions of Japan. In 1993, we established a friendship agreement with Mas Village in Gianyar Regency, Bali, and is approaching its 32nd anniversary of the partnership. Our town is the only municipality in Japan that has a sister town agreement with the local government in Bali. With this connection as a backdrop, we aim to invigorate the community by promoting Bali Town. Throughout the years, we have been continuing our partnership, and this year, we paid friendly visits to each other while doing cultural exchanges. Next page, please. Now, I'd like to introduce Iwami Kagura. The Iwami Kagura is a traditional performing art that has been passed down in the Iwami region of Shimane Prefecture for a long time. It's characterized by dancing in splendid costumes and expressive masks, accompanied by the unique sound of Japanese flutes and drums. The mystical world of dynamic gods and demons, Iwami region traditional Kagura was certified as Japanese heritage in 2019. Next, please. Yamata no Orochi is based on the mythology of the deity Susanoo, who defeats a great serpent with 8 heads and 8 tails. The stage of this famous story is located in Izumo area, Shimane Prefecture, where the Hikawa River flows. The river has had historically repeated flooding, which is said to represent the image of the serpent ramping furiously. I will now present some scenes from Iwami Kagura performances. In the first part, I invite you to watch the dynamic performance of Yamata no Orochi, performed through Iwami Kagura. In the second part, I will show you a creative Kagura performance featured at this year's Misato Bali Festival, which incorporates Balinese gamelan music and the rhythmic chants of Kirtya. Please start the video. 'Thank you for your time and attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and we'd like to invite you back to the seat. Ladies and gentlemen, next please enjoy the video presentations from Kyoto Zaga University of Arts, Japan, Mr. Emura Koichi. And allow me to read the CV. Emura Koichi, born in Osaka, Japan in 1961. Professor Emura Koichi is an artist and visual designer who currently serves as president of Kyoto Zaga University of Arts and Kyoto Zaga Junior College of Arts. A graduate of the Faculty of Fine Arts and Kyoto City University of Arts in 1985. And he is known for his work as a member of the artist unit QP, presenting video, installations, and performance works in Japan and abroad, including a Tate Modern in London and Palais de Tokyo in Paris. And Professor Emura has also worked as a visual designer, art director, and costume designer for films and stage productions, and since 2011, and he has led Emura Labo, a creative team producing video, arts, and design works in collaborations with musicians and dancers. Here is the video.
バリグローバルアクシス オブ・アーツ&デザイン2025の開催、誠におめでとうございます。日本の京都にある佐賀美術大学佐賀美術短期大学学長の江村光一です。この度はバリを訪問できなくて申し訳ありません。日本の最も古い書物に古事記があります。そこには世界の始まりから日本の国土の誕生、神々の活躍などの神話が語られています。それから天皇の系譜の物語へと続いて、実在した政治の出来事の歴史が記録されています。そこで語られた神話は、その後、能や歌舞伎、文学、アート、アニメーションなどの題材となり、さまざまに展開されて、日本文化に強く影響しています。佐賀美術大学佐賀美術短期大学は、京都の大覚寺という仏教のお寺のもとにある美術大学です。大覚寺は9世紀に天皇であった佐賀天皇の離宮であったところです。天皇の系譜につながる場でもあるわけですが、慌ただしい現代社会の日常生活の中で神話を強く意識することは多くありません。神話、世界、記憶というテーマを見たときに、私は人の自分勝手さとともにこのテーマと向き合いたいと感じました。今年の京都で私たちは異例の酷暑を体験しました。梅雨に雨が降らず、真夏になって幾度も豪雨に見舞われました。日本では毎年のように大きな自然災害が起きています。日本の四季は形を変えてしまいました。自然は私たちに新しい生き方を求めています。私たちは芸術、デザインの力を駆使して、喜びとともにそれに応えるべく探求を続けなければいけません。答えは一つではないでしょう。それぞれの答えにたどり着く方法も無数にあるでしょう。迷っている時ではありません。皆がそれぞれに探求を行い、その過程を共有することが新しい生き方の発見につながります。アジア太平洋地域の多様な文化の交流の中で行われる対話と探求から全世界へ広がるべき試みがたくさん生まれると確信しています。さまざまな文化が出会う神の島バリにおけるアジア太平洋地域の芸術デザインフォーラムに参加できることを喜び誇りに感じます。人々の喜びとともに地域文化と生態系のバランスを守るべく皆様と共に学んでいきたいと感じています。このフォーラムが実り多いものになりますように願っております。
Followed by presentations from the University of Iowa, USA, Associate Professor Catherine Parrott, MFA. And allow me to read the CV. Kathy Parrott is a New York City-based costume designer with extensive experience in film, television, Broadway, and regional theater. Her credits include The Greatest Showman, In the Heights, Spirited, and Dr. Death, as well as Broadway productions such as Hell's Kitchen, Motown, the musical On Your Feet, and Diana, the musical. She has collaborated with renowned designers like Ruth Carter, Ellen Mirodnik, and William Evilong. Originally from Manchester, Iowa, Kathy holds a BA from the University of Iowa and an MFA from the University of Georgia. And she's a member of the United Scenic Artists Union Local 829. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Kathy Parrott, MFA.
Hello. Can go next. My name is Kathy Parrott, and I'm the Assistant Professor of Costume Design at the University of Iowa and USA. Next, please. A special thank you to Rector Kuhn, EC Bali, and the B-GAAD community for the invitation to join you at this incredible conference. It is a privilege to share my work exploring the myths and noble wisdom of Asia-Pacific cultures through costume and mask design. Before joining the University of Iowa in August 2024, yes, I'm a new professor, I spent almost 20 years working as a freelance costume designer based out of New York City, working on Broadway productions, Hollywood films, and television series. Next, please. So why is a costume designer's work integral to the success of a performance? As a costume designer, I use clothing as my storytelling medium, transforming actors to embody their characters. Costumes enhance the narrative by reflecting character, era, and setting, while also shaping how performers move and embody their roles. The magic of theater is the emotional connection a performance can have on its audience members and how culture is shaped through their awareness and reflection. Costumes contribute to the impact through nonverbal communication, teaching deep into the subconscious, and creating a connection that is both intimate and profound. Next, please. I am honored to share with you today two of my cross-cultural costume designs for Epic Actors Workshop, Sudraka's The Little Clay Cart and Tagore's Sacrifice. Next, please. Epic Actors Workshop has been a conduit that connects the emerging trends and thoughts of Bengali theater in Calcutta, India, with the Indian diasporas in the United States. With this objective in mind, Epic achieved its mission by organizing the first South Asian Theater Festival in New Jersey, USA, in July 2006. As part of the festival, we presented The Little Clay Cart, while the following year we toured Sacrifice in Calcutta and New Delhi, India, before it was featured in the festival. Next, please. In Sudraka's The Little Clay Cart and Tagore's Sacrifice, the themes of morality, devotion, and human aspiration unfold within societies undergoing transformation. Next. Both of these productions invite audiences to contemplate the shifting nature of spiritual, cultural values, offering fresh interpretations of Asia-Pacific myths and enduring wisdom through modern perspectives and contextual analysis. Next, please. Through live performance, the enduring myths and noble wisdom of Asia-Pacific cultures are not only preserved, but reimagined, inviting contemporary audiences to engage with evolving cultural, spiritual, and moral questions. Next, please. Both of these productions show that myths are not relics, they are living guides. Sacrifice's multicultural approach integrated theatrical conventions of ancient India with traditional Balinese performance elements, creating a visually dynamic and culturally layered interpretation. Next, please. Conceptually, we merged these two distinct yet kindred design styles as Balinese culture is deeply interwoven with Indian mythology, artistic expression, and performance traditions. Next, please. Given the number of characters that make an appearance in the play, we use Balinese topeng masks to present many of these characters. Here, we use the comedic Bondres mask for the shampooer before he becomes a Buddhist monk. Next. By pairing Balinese topeng masks with Indian garments and integrating historical Bengali dress with avant-garde theatrical concepts, productions became layered, culturally informed, and visually compelling. Next, please. To inspire this multicultural costume design, I examined costumes and fashion of historical Turkish sultan dress, Julie Taymor's Fool's Fire, and analyzed 1920s ballet russe costumes. Next, please. This integration reinforces the central idea. Myths and noble wisdom from Asia-Pacific civilizations are living guides. They provide insight into human behavior, ethical dilemmas, and the pursuit of justice and compassion. In addition to incorporating a multicultural silhouette, color plays a vital role in conveying the story through costume design. Next, please. Here we have King Govinda, the righteous ruler and devout follower of the goddess Kali. I utilized the color green, symbolizing USD money. The paisley motif is the Zoroastrian symbol of life and eternity. Next, please. I chose an expensive-looking metallic gold and green paisley brocade fabric from the markets in Calcutta, where all the costumes were constructed. Next, please. You see here two of the lead female characters in the little clay cart. Vasantasena, the courtesan, is styled in a pink embellished with metallic silver and gold bodice and skirt, while Madanika, her maid, wears a marigold yellow and gold embroidered sari. Next, please. In Hindu culture, the marigold saffron symbolizes creativity, passion, and purity, as marigolds are thought to bring the divine blessings, prosperity, and protection. Next. In Hinduism, the lotus flower is the foremost symbol of beauty, prosperity, and fertility. Styling Vasantasena in this lotus flower pink was fitting for our courtesan. Next. The little clay cart emphasizes social justice and virtue, while sacrifice challenges rigid rituals and advocates compassion. Costume and mask design allow audiences to experience ethical and spiritual wisdom visually and emotionally. Next. Together, they prove that mythic wisdom is not just part of the past, but continues to remind us that wisdom lives in action, conscious, and the courage to transcend tradition. Next. By reimagining Asia-Pacific myths on stage, we honor their enduring wisdom, inspire ethical thought, and create performances that resonate across cultures and generations. These experiences also inform my teaching, encouraging students to approach multicultural theater with curiosity, respect, and creativity. As a new professor, I am excited to continue fostering cross-cultural theater experiences with my students, which I have 3 of them joining us here today at our conference, my colleagues, my new colleagues, and the professors and students at UC Bali, believing that shared theatrical practice deepens cultural understanding and appreciation. Next, please. Next, please. I look forward to returning to Bali next summer to advance my research in Indonesian performing arts and textiles. Thank you for the opportunity to share my design work with you today. It is a great honor to present at B-GAAD 2025. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, for a very great presentations. I would please you to go back to the seat. And we continue with another video presentations from Okinawa Prefectural University of Arts, Japan, Mr. Hatano Izumi. Allow me to read the CV. Hatano Izumi was born in 1957 in Shiga Prefecture, Japan. He is a sculptor and currently serves as the 8th president of Okinawa Prefectural University of Arts, as well as the chair of the Board of Trustees. He completed his graduate studies at Tokyo University of the Arts, and his sculptural works are included in the collections of several museums and facilities in both Japan and Taiwan. Here is the video.
皆さんこんにちは。沖縄県立芸術大学の畑野でございます。この度は B-GAAD 2 リーダーサミットシンポジウムにおいて、ビデオメッセージ参加の機会をいただき、感謝申し上げます。今年も昨年に続き、企学主催の B-GAAD が開催されますことを心からお喜び申し上げます。加えて、B-GAAD という先導的かつ国際的なプラットフォームを構築され、アジア太平洋地域における芸術デザイン分野の高等教育機関の連携による総合パートナーシップとコラボレーションの促進にご尽力されている企学に対し、深く敬意を表する次第です。沖縄県立芸術大学は見学の理念において、大学を見学する基本的な精神は、沖縄文化が作り上げてきた個性の美と人類普遍の美を追求することにあるが、そのためには地域文化の個性を明らかにし、その中に占める美術、工芸、音楽、芸能等さまざまな伝統芸術の問題に積極的かつ具体的に取り組み、その特性を生かすことでなければならないと謳っています。また、我が国の最南に位置する沖縄県立芸術大学は、東アジア、東南アジアを軸とした太平洋文化圏の中心として、それらの地域における多様な芸術文化の実態と、地域文化伝統の個性との関わりを明らかにし、その広がりを追求し、反アジア的芸術文化に特色を置いたユニークな研究教育機関にしたいと、地域の芸術文化はもちろんのこと、反アジア的な芸術文化の発展に寄与することを展望しています。まさにB-GAAD設立の背景や目的とも通ずる精神ではないでしょうか。また、本学の教育の基本方針では、見学の精神に基づき、伝統芸術の継承と発展はもとより、新たな芸術創造の可能性を広げ、地域、そしてアジア、ひいては世界の芸術文化の向上発展に寄与する人材の育成を教育の理念に掲げています。つまり、アジア太平洋各地域文化との比較研究に資する B-GAAD の取り組みの目指す方向性は、沖縄県立芸術大学の目的と多くの部分で合致すると言えます。さて、今年の B-GAAD2 のテーマは、神話、世界、記憶とのことですが、沖縄に伝わる琉球の神話と芸術、芸能について少し触れてみたいと思います。日本文化の中における沖縄の地域文化の特性と伝統は極めて特徴的であり、それは琉球の神話や宮廷芸能、民族芸能、地域の工芸等と無縁ではありません。今に伝わる神話については、おもろそうし、中山政府、休養など琉球王府によって編纂された歌集により伝わる創造神話や、王党の起源にまつわる史書として編纂され伝わる建国神話と、これとは別に民間において特に離島や集落ごとに交渉により語り継がれてきた創造神話や始祖神話があります。琉球の開闢神話には諸説ありますが、最も有名な伝説は、女神天海清が二来家内から降り立ち、国づくりを始めたというものです。この二来家内伝説は、琉球奄美群島に伝わる海の彼方や海の底、地の底にあるとされる理想郷の伝承です。二来家内は豊穣や生命の源とされ、神々の世界でもあります。年初には、彼方から神が訪れ豊穣をもたらし、年末には帰っていくものとされており、神々や祖霊が海の彼方から来訪し、豊穣や平穏をもたらすという来訪神の思想と深く結びついています。 また聖者の魂は二来家内から来て、死者の魂は二来家内へと帰るとも考えられています。琉球では死後 7代を経て祖霊が守護神となる場所ともされています。奄美京は島々を作り、一組の男女を住まわせ、二人の間からは三男次女が生まれました。その舞台とされているのが県南部に位置する久高島です。奄美京は七歌木を作ったとされています。歌木とは神が訪れる場所、あるいは先祖神を祀る場所とされています。久高島の中ほどにある石浜には五穀が入った壺が流れてきて、それから久高島、沖縄本島へと穀物が広まったとされる伝説があります。この浜は今も二来家内に面する聖地となっており、ここから祈りを捧げる祭祀の場となっています。久高島以外にも神が降臨したと言われる場所があります。浜比嘉島は二来家内から奄美京と小神シネリ教が降りてきたと伝わる神の住む島です。ニシンは子を授かって洞窟に暮らしました。その子孫が人間として繁栄します。洞窟は霊場として祀られていますが、神話にあやかり今も子宝を望む参拝者が訪れ、神話は語り継がれています。神話は単に昔話ではなく、島々の住民や来訪者の信仰、祭祀、自然観を体現しており、同じく各所に伝わる芸能や地域の工芸と密接に関わっており、合わせて琉球文化を理解する重要な手がかりです。また、神話や民族芸能によって地域社会の絆が強まり、地域のアイデンティティとして機能してきましたが、近年ではその伝承が危ぶまれる地域もあります。沖縄県は日本最南最西に位置し、東西約1000キロ、南北約400キロに及ぶ海域に散在する691の島々からなっており、そのうち49の有人島にそれぞれに民族芸能、工芸等の固有の文化があると言っても過言ではなく、地域の伝統文化の継承と発展に寄与することを学是とする本学にとって重要な調査研究対象でもあります。島嶼地域の伝統文化の継承の問題は国を超えて比較研究すべき課題と言えるでしょう。その意味でも B-GAAD への期待は高まります。結びに B-GAAD2 の正解を記念申し上げ、私のメッセージといたします。ご清聴ありがとうございました。
And next, would like to invite from Akademi Seni Budaya dan Warisan Kebangsaan presentations from Malaysia, Professor Dr. K. Azril Ismail. I would like to read the CV first. Professor Khairul Azril Ismail is an experienced academic leader specializing in arts and cultural educations as the Deputy Rector for Academic Affairs at Aswara. He oversees curriculum development and faculty management. His work includes revamping Malaysia's program standards for arts and design and fostering international collaborations. With a PhD in visual culture, he integrates historical research with contemporary educational practices, aiming to elevate Malaysia's cultural and educational landscape. And he has led research initiatives and curated significant art exhibitions, both nationally and internationally. Please welcome on the stage Professor Dr. K. Azril Ismail.
Om Swastiastu, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Izinkan saya berbahasa Melayu Malaysia, minta ampun ya jika ada silap, tapi dan juga berbahasa Inggeris bersama. Sebelum saya mulakan, before I begin, boleh saya memberi hadiah pantun? It's a bit of poetry in bahasa. Di dalam tembok batu isi Bali, sejarah terpatri. Di dinding pekat jingga, kenangan seni tersirat. Hari ini kita bersua di sini, B-GAAD wujudkan bayang yang tiadanya luput. Berlensakan waktu, segalanya akan tersurat. Antara jiwa, teman sahabat dan jejak kini semakin rapat. Thank you so much. Today, I would like to present to everyone a little bit of one of my earnest work that I had experienced over in EC Bali. It is called The Borrowed Light, Reframing the Colonial Shadows. Now, within this particular work, I had a good, brave experience for the past 2 years. Although it is centered around the work that I had an exemplar. May I have on the next slide, please? Next slide. In which I had an experience to have a view on one particular work in which had a very strong, close relationship, in which has its own point towards stories. Between the two nations, Malaysia and Indonesia, we are part of Nusantara. We are powered by narratives, cerita, words, idea, stories, perhaps. I had traced this particular image for the past years, in which in its heart, when I found this painting by Jan Frank Niemans Verdriet, not an easy name to actually pronounce, but he's a Dutch artist on the early 20th century. Apparently, there is a deeper connotations. Then I had made a paper and published a book in regards to this, but it's not about all that story on its own. But I find it fascinating because it interlinks the idea of exoticism that happens during a shared colonial time, because it's a convergence of two. Malaysia has its own fair share of colonial from the British era, so does Indonesia over with the Dutch colony. But we're not speaking about the areas of how things are during those said time. So when I saw this painting, it was a familiar sight. I was quite taken a surprise 2.5 years ago over at Arma Museum, because it's all too familiar. A seated woman, matron, is pretty much a seat of power. It's nothing new because it's been seen before. But when I saw the name, and it's all unfamiliar, and it's something that I have seen like many years ago. May I have on the next slide? It's an apparent reason. Next slide, please. All too familiar. And this particular piece of silkscreen painting, as we can see, something that arrived in 1980s, and the earlier painting was in circa of 1930s. So it is a form of a knowledge, a seeing all it is. But what is it that about this? Is it, I mean, like on the earlier stage, is it about copying, plagiarism, and so forth? Because even the concept of plagiarism doesn't come around on our surface of our ears and lawful mind in mid-1980s. So the concept of intellectual property, who owns what, aspiration of things is not something that is common guarded until mid-80s. So it is fine, actually. Appropriation does come into its play. So when I found out, this is a Malaysian artist by the name of Reza Piadasa. He's a famous artist, passed away in 2007, and he did this particular work called Two Malay Women, and then certainly that familiar, there was a sight to be seen. So as I'm telling it as a story on its own, so how does it come about as a story of today? It's a myth. So this is, if we have on the next slide, please. Next. So we have an ideation. On the left side is pretty much entitled Wanita Sulawesi, and then now it's retitled Tue Batavs Vroin, Two Batavian Women. In the middle is the one Reza Piadasa, a silk screen painting, 200 versions of it, all across everywhere in private collections and so forth. Many various assemblage of looks and typography as well, because it is a print, and nonetheless it's one of a kind over at the Arma Museum. It gave a certain insight, a journey into the 19th century, where actually, when we look at it, it sells the idea of a visual repatriation, how a complex a story is. Now, what is it about having two sets of painting that look alike or maybe similar as well? So the bigger question here is, actually, let's go deeper. Let's go deeper and deeper and deeper, because it's all about stories. The driving force of anything about Nusantara, as one would say, is about stories. We are powered by narrative. We are powered by things that is being a story being told across time. Oral history is our native sense of a world, and it actually is a driving sense. It's not merely about how one looks or who does what, but it's how things are being told. And then more deeper that I go in, may I have on the next slide, please? Then I begin to see how the works go. Next slide. There we go. It's a rabbit hole, one way or the other. So the Two Malay Women surfaced in a familiarity in 1985, and then certain Jan Frank Niemans Verdrit was circa 1930s. And then apparently it was an actual account of a ladies of His Highness, HH, Sultan of Perak in Malaya by G.R. Lambert and Company. Date is roughly about 1906, and apparently he even took it from another photograph, or actually commissioned work, by the Haeckel brothers in an archive in Berlin. So it goes deeper and deeper. But apparently these two ladies are the royal families of Malaya. So we speak about how name translate, how stories became an emphasis of narrative. It's a reverse direction, may I say, because it's how we tell the story is very important. In performing arts, I've seen the stories of Ramayana being converges in a different ways of spellings. The Dalang, the Wayang Kulit, various versions. Goodness, there's about 10 versions that I've observed on one singular tale. So which one is correct and which one is to adopt? So when I see it as a journey towards this, I'm going to sum it in such a point that how I look at it in a way on how stories are being told, 4 different versions of things. So I look at it as an appearance, because we have all these images in sequence, and it carries a certain different title. Does it belong to a certain nation? No. It belongs to a certain period of time and narrative. Is it plagiarism? No. It is an appropriation. I believe that myth is a technological sense. So myth per se works and move into how we express the medium as an encounter. This is what I have a precept on the borrowed light concept. It's a humility rather than closure. And some were to ask, like, can we move on to the next slide? If we were to move on how things are, next slide. Some people were asking, I mean, there are evidence and exemplar in these images. So did he copy that image and so forth? So in which we can see the photograph, just one example. There are many nuances and small little things. And you can see the hand of the lady, of His Highness. There is that original image. And in the center, Jan Frank Niemans Verdriet, you can see the bangle is gone. And then there's a piece of paper. And then there's a drape of the cloth. But however, in Reza Piadasa, it appeared again. The bangle appears. The drape is gone, but the paper remains. So he combined two stories. So how do we adapt and adopt from one pigment to the next? Which one is right? Which one is the way on how things are to be told? The project, nonetheless, is somewhat a reasonable way on looking at things. I think there are many surfaces of area that can be explored. And it's a never-ending story. Some are geopolitical, depending on how one wants to go at it. I don't go that way. I prefer it to see how it goes in phases and spaces. I mean, you can go into the next one. I did an infrared spectrography. Next one, please. Next slide. In which I had looked underneath the surface of painting, and I start seeing drawings. I mean, I know it's hard to tell from here, but when you start to see the pencil markings, the red lines, the intention, usually when an artist in modernism, like those who goes into the areas of Henri Matisse and Georges Braque, every surface of things is an afterthought, whereas in this one, it's a design thinking. And the one on the next is actually an IR or infrared. We found out the new title not so long ago. And actually a renaming of the painting that happened a few days ago over at the Arma Museum. So it is a correction in which the object of it is to look at things and actually to have a defined area. I believe in such a way, this comes as a point where it's softened the nostalgic sense of ours. It's a combination. Yes, I did have a feedback. Some are pleasant and some are quite aggressive nonetheless. What is it about renaming of a painting? Then they go nationalistic on me, and then I say that is not a fair trade of things. I wouldn't agree to subscribe as such. Because I even forget myself, I'm a Malaysian. I forget sometimes that I'm over in Indonesia. I just see what narratives are being sought and sown, being weaved, and being narrated. So, of course, on how I look at it, it is part and parcel of things. Myths is a beautiful way on looking at it. It's a power of narrative, as we had seen how the previous presenters had presented. And I love it because it is circular, it's modular, but it also could be integrated just as well. But however, it's also towards the point on how we read it. May it be read as today, from how we read it today, it can be read the same way in the next 5 years. It will be read the same way in the next 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, or 100 years ahead of us. We'll never know. But may we be blessed towards that direction. Next slide. So, with this in mind, boleh saya rangkapkan satu pantun? Minta izin, permisi. Akhirnya kita berdiri di ambang takdir, dengan semangat membuka cerita yang terkunci. Acara B-GAAD ini bukan sekadar ilusi, kala satu suara, berentas era dan jati diri. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Professor Azril, for a great presentation and also the pantun. Terima kasih. And now we move to the video presentations from the Kazakh National Academy of Choreography, Kazakhstan, Professor Tolis Bayeva Jana. Professor Jana Tolis Bayeva is a Kazakhstani academic with extensive leadership experience, including roles as a Director of Science Research and Strategy Development at the Kazakh National Academy of Choreography. Her scholarly focus is on Russian and Kazakh literature, with particular attentions to modern poetry and genre transformation. She has contributed significantly to the field of the philology and literary studies, exploring cross-cultural dialogue in poetry and the development of literary traditions. She's also actively involved in international academic collaborations and professional associations related to education and literature. Here is the video.
Dear friends, colleagues, and guests of the forum, it is with great pleasure that I welcome you to the Bali Global Access of Art and Design Forum on behalf of the staff of the Kazakh National Academy of Choreography. Bali Global Access of Art and Design Forum this year is held under the profound and multifaceted theme, Meet, World, Memories. These are not just words. There are three axes upon which cultural identity, artistic thinking, and our shared aspiration to understand the world and ourselves are built. Myth represent the ancient codes that carry the originals of human imagination, belief, and creativity. The world is a space where cultures, artists, and ideas converge, as a space where dialogue is born. Memories are both personal and collective histories, transforming lived experience into art. It is an intersection of these dimensions that inspiration is born, and that is why it is so symbolic that our forum takes place here on the island of Bali, where mythology, nature, and artistic energy are interwoven in a unique and powerful way. I would also like to emphasize the importance of establishing an Asia-Pacific axis of higher education in art and design. This emerging direction of cooperation aims to unite leading academic and cultural centers across the region. It fosters cross-border collaboration among researchers, artists, and designers, those who are able to feel through local imagery yet thinking on a global scale. In a rapidly changing world, such an educational axis is not just security, but a necessity for the sustainable development of culture, the creative industries, and international understanding. May these dates become a time of discovery for all of us, a time of sincere exchange, bold ideas, and meaningful new connections. I wish you grateful growth, inspiration, and true creative freedom. From B-GAADs, Jana Tolis, Director of Research and Strategy Development of Kazakh National Academy of Choreography.
Ladies and gentlemen, now followed presentations by LaSalle College of the Arts, Singapore, Professor Jago Bloom, MFA, MSc. Allow me to read the CV. Jago Bloom is a digital performer and educator with over a decade of international experience in digital arts and design. His work explores the boundaries of media through immersive, audiovisual, and cinematic experience. And recently, he has created NFTs that reflects on technology's impact on the contemporary culture and the ideas of the authenticity and scarcity. He has collaborated with artists and institutions such as Franz Ferdinand, Philip Glass, Festival Forte, Time Warp, and the South Bank Center. Before joining LaSalle, Jago spent 5 years in Brazil developing and coordinating BA programs at the British School of Creative Arts in Sao Paulo. So please welcome Professor Jago Bloom, MFA.
Selamat pagi. Thank you. It's been a privilege to be here as part of the Leaders Summit here in Bali and to sign the Summit Declaration alongside Professor Dr. BHUWANA, Adriana, and the fellow delegates. The delegate marks a shared vision for a shining new future, one rooted in creativity, community, collaboration across all of our regions. And this aligns very closely with the project that I'll share with you today, which I've titled Modern Mythos. The project reminds us that we're entering a world where culture and communities find new ways to ensure their heritage futures do not fade. It explores how myths can be preserved through AI. This work happens in place, in the hands, the rituals and the rhythms of those who hold the lineages. By working alongside craft makers, students and storytellers, we ensure that AI technology doesn't replace tradition, but that it preserves it through care, consent and co-creation. Our first phase began at the Academy of Design in Sri Lanka in 2024, and then it was piloted here in Izzy last June. Working with the students from Design Komunikasi Visual. Through custom AI prompting tools, students reimagined the myths from their own cultural contexts. Vesmohuni in Sri Lanka, Barong Rangda here in Bali. Encoding materials, gestures, languages, and taboos. Each AI image returns and is reviewed collectively. It's accepted or it's refused, a process that returns authorship to the group. And through these digital twins, new visual languages emerge, ways of telling sovereign stories, stories that remain anchored to lineage and to the people who creatively sustain them. And what I like to see is that we're exploring how we can instrumentalize AI as a guardian of heritage. Traditionally, archives have always been static. They've been frozen in museums behind glass. But with AI, the archive can become alive. Each image that travels outward carries lineage notes. It carries permissions and it carries withdrawal rights. It's supported by care principles that are known globally. It's supported by traditional knowledge labels. And we also use a digital watermark that affirms transparency to ensure that people can tell that the content is AI generated. In this way, BHUWANA, the world expands, connecting ancestorial craft to a digital continuum. In our workshops, artisans and students create and they review, and the AI-generated twins come together. Working with craft makers, we decide what feels true and what should return to wood. This is the first step of this stage that we're entering in now, and this week I'll be meeting with Master Mask Maker Anom in Ubud, and we'll explore how taksu can flow through digital form back to craft. And in Sri Lanka, we'll be working with the local craft makers as well, beginning similar returns. Each carving will be logged in an AI craft framework. This will become a living record showing how, when technology bends towards care, and when past and futures carve together in the same rhythm, we can start seeing TUWUH, and how TUWUH can grow and manifest in this way. So what began in Sri Lanka and now in Bali, growing into an Asia-Pacific Commons. We like to imagine the network where institutions are partners, we're not governors, stewards who can ensure that communities decide how their myths and memories appear in AI. These commons will belong to no one, but it will be tended by us all. It's a shared ground where knowledge circulates with consent and where cultural data remains in the care of its people. I'm now in the stage of developing a symbiotic AI craft toolkit, and this is looking at the policies, and this will offer templates for consent. It'll offer lineage and withdrawal frameworks that academies and communities across the region can adapt. Approved digital twins are beginning to circulate online, and they're reaching younger audiences, and they're sharing these tales within new cultural contexts. Some of them will be returned to be rematerialized in wood. And these journeys are teaching us how preservation can become something that is participation. And together, we can ensure that awareness always circles back to the communities where these myths and memories begin. A process that keeps knowledge in place, even as it travels outwards. In Balinese performance, I read that the ritual ends with nunas teta, the sprinkling of blessed water to cool the stage. We treat the same spirit. We treat it within design, a gesture that cools the algorithmic data, that cools the heat through devotion. When craft and code meet under the disciplines of care, continuity emerges. And that vocabulary of return, here it becomes an opening, an ethics of re-entry, where every legend and every image and digital twin that travels out only to find its way home. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Professor Jacob Bloom, VFA. And you may go back to your seat. And followed by a video presentations from Jatia Kabi Kazi Nazrul Islam University, Bangladesh, Professor Dr. MD Jahangir Alam. Allow me to read the CV. Professor Dr. M.D. Jahangir Alam is the Vice Chancellor of Jatia Kabi Kazi Nazrul Islam University, appointed in September 2024. He also currently serves as a part-time member of the University Grants Commissions of Bangladesh, with his term commencing in October 2025 for the 2-year period. And his leadership reflects a strong commitment to advancing higher education excellence and institutional development in Bangladesh. Here is the video.
It's a great honor that we got a warm invitation to participate in Bali Global Axis of Arts and Design, organized by Institute Seni Indonesia, Bali, which will take place October 26 to October 30, 2025. We are highly honored that our delegates of Jatiya Kabi Kazi Nazrul Islam University has got the excellent opportunity to be a part of this international event. We wish a very successful outcome of this event from the very beginning to the end. Greetings to all of you from Bangladesh, and on behalf of our university, Jatiya Kabi Kazi Nazrul Islam University, wish you all the best.
Hello everyone, greetings. This is Rashid Shukun before you, and Rashid Shukun is my artist name, and my academic name is Professor Dr. Mohammad Emdadur Rashid. I am a professor of Department of Fine Arts, Jatiya Kabi Kazi Nazrul Islam University, and also Dean of Faculty of Fine Arts, Jatiya Kabi Kazi Nazrul Islam University. I am very happy to know about the upcoming invitation to participate in the Bali Global Arts and Design, B-GAAD, a 6-day art festival to be held from October 26 to 30, 2025 in Dispensa, Bali, Indonesia. Such an event is a wonderful initiative to build connections and creative exchange among artists, students, and researchers from different countries. A team from Jatiya Kabi Kazi Nazrul Islam University, Trishul Mymensingh, Bangladesh, was supposed to join this program. Unfortunately, due to some unavoidable circumstances, we could not attend this time. We really wanted to be part of it, and it would have been a great experience for us. Especially thanks and congratulations to the Institute of Seni Indonesia, ISI Bali, for organizing this event. I believe this program will greatly strengthen Asian art and cultural exchange. We know they arranged similar successful program before, and I hope the valuable traditional continues in the future. Once again, thank you, the organizer. I wish the program every success. See you next time, and till then, bye-bye.
I send my warm greetings and congratulations to the organizers of the Institute Seni Indonesia Bali, and to all the artists and designers participating in this event. I am Professor Dr. Tapon Kumar Sarkar, Head of the Department of Fine Arts at Jatiya Kabi Kazi Nazrul Islam University, Bangladesh. I believe this international program, Bali Global Axis of Art and Design, will play an important role in building new friendship, sharing cultures, and promoting creative thinking in art and design. On behalf of the Department of Fine Arts, Jatiya Kavi Kazi Nazrul University, I wish great success to this wonderful program. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, so next please welcome the presentations from the University of Western Australia, Professor Paul Trinidad. Allow me to read the CV. Professor Paul Trinidad holds a Master of Arts in Visual Arts from Curtin University. He has been an Associate Professor at the University of Western Australia since 1998. His extensive career includes international curating and numerous exhibitions, such as the Minawara Art Award 2023 and Bali BHUWANA II Global Arts Conference in 2022. His works are a part of prestigious collections, including the National Gallery of Australia and Smithsonian Institution's Library, USA. He has also served as a judge for various art prizes, including the Leonora and York Art Prizes. So please welcome Professor Paul Trinidad.
Om Swastiastu. I'm going to read you a poem today. And I'll start with a small presentation first. Joe, yesterday, was talking about Blue Moon at the opening ceremony. Today, I'm going to be talking about the red planet, the planet Mars. Have the next one, please. Next slide. Greetings from the planet Mars. This transmission might not be so good because it's come from a long way, so the video presentation a little bit later may not be the best. When I talk about the planet Mars, I was born in the desert in the goldfields of Western Australia. Can I have the next slide, please? So we're looking at Western Australia from the point of view of Bali, and I was born in the goldfields. My ancestors travelled from Gibraltar. It was a 3-month sea trip to Australia. And after they arrived in Australia, they fashioned themselves wooden carts cut from a tree, and then they proceeded to push those carts into the desert, searching for gold. And that's my heritage. Next slide, please. So when I was a young man, I ventured into the desert as well, and I also prospected for gold. And this is a photograph of where I used to work. It's not Mars, but it was my home. We did not have mythology. When I was young, I learnt Christian stories, and as I grew older, I realised they were irrelevant to me in the desert. What was of great value to me was my ancestral stories, the stories from my ancestors who pushed these wooden carts for 3 months into the desert. No water, no food, they had to find and they had to improvise. And for me, it's not dissimilar from the Mars rover explorations of planet Mars. One of the key features of my existence in the desert was the vast and lonely spaces. We could not get radio, we couldn't get television, there's no newspaper. We were just living in the desert on our own. Next slide, please. Next slide, yep. So I don't really understand about mythology, but this is my attempt to combine ancestral stories, my lived experience, and in particular today I want to talk about meditation and road hypnosis, psychosis, because I believe a part of the development of creative processes is actually through forms of meditation. when I travelled into the desert places, next slide please. I found it, as an artist, I found it as a place for inspiration. So a part of what I also want to talk about is how my journey from the desert took me to Toraja and it took me to Bali. I want to talk about the loneliness, the isolation. And symbolically, I want to talk about the carborundum snake. This is the development of mythology. So we travel on the road, long journeys. The road becomes a snake. Your mind drifts off, road hypnosis sets in. The bituminous line, the journey. Next slide, please. Preparing for the road trip, I rode my motorbike through the desert. I would dress in my costume, my helmet, my gloves, and I used to think it was like travelling through space. So the journey begins with the road trip on my old Ducati. I want to take you on this journey and I want to share with you my psychosis. And this is filmed in the desert. The journey, verse 1. I was thundering along the Goldfields Highway on an old Ducati motor. I was pulang, going home from Darlow, Leonora, Menzies. These are the desert places. I was barreling along the section of the road, high on the dunes, banking the western edge of Lake Gungari. Roaring onward, cane grass, Broad Arrow, across the flats, Kalgoorlie. I'd had little sleep and it felt like an eternity astride the Italian Deus ex machina. My mind was besieged with a tiredness. Road hypnosis is kicking in. I was drifting high, above and along the tarry carborundum snake. I wound through the advancing eucalyptus, saltbush, scrub, and mulga, and nothing was in stasis. The roaring sounds, the whirring bevel gears, and the bellowing exhausts. The Contis. Giddy forward motion, opposing unrelentless hot desert wind. They are the perfect conditions, altering perception. Tree lines began to steadily cruise like battleships, along and below the horizon. Guideposts yawn away and then back towards my disbelief. They became black stumped yellowing teeth, gnawing my mind. As consciousness expanded, my helmeted head, encapsulated within a spacesuit bubble, my mind floated through the cosmic vastness of imagination and wonder. Thoughts became isolated, absolute, complete. I was a little afraid in the vast desert space. Time became visceral. Molasses gave over to deeper, lost thoughts, the perception of a marker, the born of consciousness, the other, my shadows keep. Disjointed thoughts drifted to the Pioneer Cemetery, a few kilometres west of the bituminous line. My mind wove through foggy passages in time. 100 years earlier, the struggling itinerant workers, their families, the hardship. How did they endure this desert place? Certainty gasped with knowledge that the old resting places hold tombs of the stark hardships. Desolation in a land resembling scenes transmitted by Mars rover to mission control. 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 Mars rover, mission control. Mission control. Thank you. Om Santi Santi Om.
Thank you very much, Professor Paul. And we invite you to go back to your seat. And the next video presentations from Nanyang Academy of Fine Arts, Singapore, Ms. Tang So Wai Lan. Allow me to read the CV. Mrs. Tang So Wai Lan was appointed president of Nanyang Academy of Fine Arts in January 2021 and has since been leading the efforts to establish the Academy as a founding member of the University of the Arts, Singapore. Since her appointment, NAVA also saw a successful rejuvenation of its brand in 2022, achieved top 200 rankings for 4 consecutive years in the Straits Times Singapore's Best Employers list, and being ranked number 37 in 2023. Prior to joining NAVA, Mrs. Tan held an appointment as Coordinating Divisional Director, Communications and Engagement Group at the Ministry of Education. In her 4 years in MOE, she led and transformed the CEG to an effective and forward-thinking outfit within the ministry known for its innovative practices, robust systems, and effective strategies. Mrs. Tan was also principal of a CHIJ San Nicholas Girls' School from 2012 to 2016 and had previously served in diverse roles within the education sector. In recognition of her unwavering dedication and significant contribution, she was awarded the Public Administration Medal in 2015. Here is the video.
Greetings to our distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Tan So Wai Lan, President of the Nanyang Academy of Fine Arts, a founding member of the University of the Arts, Singapore. For over 8 decades, NAFA has been at the forefront of nurturing creative talent and advancing arts education in Southeast Asia. With students from age 18 months to 80 years old and more, we are firm believers in the transformative power of collaborative education. And together, we can reshape the future of arts and design education across our vibrant region. At NAFA, our vision for the future rests on 4 strategic pillars. They are academic alchemy, where we blend practice with theory to facilitate creative thinking. Courage to Create, where we empower students to take bold artistic risk. Empathy, to deepen our engagement across communities and social demographics in a technologically advanced economy. And most importantly, our Southeast Asian arts dimension, where our regional identity is our strength. The Asia-Pacific region is home to great diversity. We have varied cultures, artistic tradition, creative philosophies, and educational approaches. It is now timely for us to come together as the challenges and opportunities we face today demand collective approaches. The creative industries are increasingly borderless. Our students will work on international teams, create for global audiences, and address universal challenges through culturally informed perspectives. For example, climate change, social justice, technological disruption, and cultural preservation are issues which require creative minds to bridge differences and forge innovative solutions. When we work together across the Asia-Pacific, we create something far greater than the sum of our parts. We enable student and faculty exchanges which broaden perspectives, facilitate research which advances creative practices, develop curriculum and innovations which prepare students for a connected world. Most importantly, we amplify our voices and perspectives in global conversations. The establishment of the Asia-Pacific Axis of Arts, Design, Higher Education represents a natural evolution of work that NAFA and our partners have been championing. For a decade, our Furniture Origins collaboration with KMUTT in Thailand has facilitated cross-cultural exchange around indigenous crafts and environmental design. Since 2019, our Southeast Asian Arts Forum has brought together hundreds of artists, educators, and students from across the region. In 2025 alone, we welcomed 28 speakers from 4 Southeast Asian countries and engaged 419 participants. And just last year, we launched SEARCH, the Southeast Asian Arts Alliance, with 9 founding universities, growing from 15 to 38 participants in just 1 year. We have many other collaborative initiatives, such as the Living Archive of Contemporary Asian Art, LACA for short, our partnerships with institutions from Indonesia to many Chinese universities and academies, and our community engagement programs. We have learned that when we take artistic enterprise beyond the classroom and co-create knowledge together, wonderful things happen. The Asia-Pacific Axis gives us the platform to amplify these efforts across the region. Let us strengthen our pillars of artistic innovation and pedagogy collaboratively. The future we shape will be one where our voices can lead global creative conversations. Thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, now we'd like to welcome the founder of ARMA Museums, Bapak Ana Agung Gaderai, to be on the stage. And allow me to read the CV. Mr. Ana Agung Gaderai, the founder of the Agung Ray Museum of Art, or ARMA, in Ubud, Bali, is a prominent Balinese cultural figure. He has dedicated his life to preserving and promoting Balinese art and culture. Agung Ray started his journey by collecting and trading paintings, and his passion for arts led him to establish ARMA in 1996. The museum showcases a diverse collections of traditional and contemporary Balinese arts, as well as works by Indonesians and foreign artists. Please welcome on the stage Bapak Ana Agung Gaderai.
Om Swastiastu, Honorable Rector Isi Bali, Professor Kun Adnyano, ladies and gentlemen, honoris guests, honoris speakers, ladies and gentlemen, I really love to share, because probably I'm the only one who are autodidactly non-academics, but I'm learning a lot from nature, from exploring the ancient site of archaeologists, which is abundant. Along the three rivers I found it, either Ayung rivers, Champuan Was rivers, Petanu rivers, and Pekrisan rivers. It was really to me learning to sing, experiencing the golden hours in the morning. I found it too interesting thing to experiencing the light. It is early in the morning from 7 to 9, and then late afternoon, the transition between the day and darkness. If you walk along that rivers, one thing you will experiencing really the power of nature. You know, it makes your hair stand on end. For example, this is what I think one of the most interesting thing, sacred artifact or a sarcophagus, which is, if you notice, is the face, the artifact is reflecting the flesh eating, which is really scaring, and replace it or enshrine it in someone's house near Sanding in Tampak Siring. It's very rare, and they have two faces. One is scaring, one is really humble. So it's not about the aesthetic, but it is also about spiritual. Till now, how do people in the villages where this place I found it is really respected with daily offering, whatever they receive from nature, and whatever they eat, they always put some on this sarcophagus. And that is also, I learned a lot. That is what inspired me to be in focus, to be present. 10 times is not enough. You have to be there, you have to visit this place and learning to see, because it is very precise. If you notice it carefully, it's kind of how they live in the past, why close to the river. And also, the other one is really very ancient, sacred, respected, and mystic, the Gua Gajah. And above that, and most of the people said this is actually, to me, is really used to be a palace. I believe that the palace of Jayapangus, after removed from Batul to Pejeng area, and clearly you can see the gate facing to the river, because river was the transportation. I was busy, very busy the river. And we have to see, if you want to see all of those, you have to see outside the Bali. I believe that Bali was, to me, is like a living tradition. It is a melting pot of tradition driven from as far as China or India, because they have a very similar name. And that is the Elephant Cave. I don't know why they call it Elephant Cave. Unpacked. There is no elephant existed on the island of Bali. I mean the native flora and fauna. And to me, this is the real Gua Garba, a symbol of, you know, the worm of Ibu Pertiwi. It looks like tea. When we are inside this cave, we have to feel that we are still in our mother's womb. It looks like tea. They have right wing and left wing left wing, you can see very respected Ganesha, and on the right side, it is the form of Linga, which is Sada Siva, Brahma Siva, and Siva, which is representation of the engineering, preserving, and recycle. So when you're out from that cave, then you look at back, then we know where we are coming from and where are we going after. So this is actually, finally, we all going toward the same, to zero. And we are here, I believe that we are only transit, and finally we all going toward the same. And this has really inspired me to learning more and to understanding better about if we experiencing about the lights, about nature, and about the sacred situs or site of respected monument. Yeah, look at this. And this is actually clearly you can see like diorama, the evolution in Bali during the 14th centuries. And the other side one is Samantiga. It's that's to place the most important is not only about the temple, but what was happened that time, early 11th centuries, either in Gua Gajah or in Samantiga. In Gua Gajah actually were actually two largest Buddhist followers and the Sivaistic are blending, merged toward the same. So with this we also known slogan or Bina Ika, Tunggal Ika, or unity in diversity. But the other seven other belief or sectarian is happened in Samantiga or over there actually all the religious sectarian was merged except one is resisted, the Aga people. Now they are in Chanidasa or in Tenganan. So this is interesting thing was happened early 11th centuries, and I believe that also really Bali after that become a spiritual with this mutual respect, and the religious concept was converted to spirituality, the mutual respect, and since then we don't have any more man idol. Then it was, we have Dewa Raja, and then back to the element of nature, sun, water, and wind. Since then, actually, we believe that Lord Kuturan established adats, customary rule, and people not anymore nomadic, and everyone have rights and obligation. So they are beginning to settle down with this. What we are experiencing till now is the neighborhood organization or Banyar, where the mutual respect it existed, or Gotong Royong. Or I would say this is the interesting thing. And whatever they produces by the community was represented or dedicated to the Lord Shiva, and also could be representation of it's an offering of gratitude. So it was in Samantiga. And this one is, so many we have to learn about what left by the ancient mythology, or see, Durga temple, it's very fascinating. You have to go there, you have to experience it. As I said, 1/10 time is not enough, but it's really, it is Bali as a spiritual center, where the ancient and the new age could be collaborated and mutual respect. And that is actually, we live with it. So Bali is a melting pot. It is harmonious, people with environment and people with their belief. This is exactly, it has strongly connected. Basically, we are connected. This is existed even if we go as far as China, India, Southeast Asia, this is part of it. And this is classified on the level of sacred needs, sacred mass, and barong. And we are actually, this is what I think I would say, this it's part of our way of life, and we are strongly connected. And look at this, we are celebrated in every day, every 210 days, Galungan, like a Thanksgiving day. It means gratitude because prosperous and prosperity already achieved. And the decoration is still existed until now, so soon we are going to celebrate it again, Galungan Day or Thanksgiving Day. So to me, Galung is the day of Shiva and Kuningan is the day of Buddha. See, we could work together or merge it here on the island of Bali. In fact, in other states, they are antagonistic. But in Bali, it's merged, syncretism. And look at fantastic, the cremation. And this is the connection, what we produce it to their culture, and fantastic. And this is a living. If you notice it carefully, all symbol of the space of gajah, space of two-leg animal, four-leg animal, space of karangasti, and many space which is reflected the, ancient belief here. And this is about the royal cremation, which is often existed here, and fantastic. Everyone celebrated, and this is, they believe in Balinese karma, is how we fight and to pass the duality to be part of the samasta, or the where we are coming originally from, or moksha, or spiritual liberation. And once every year, like the day before the silent day, or Nyepi, look at this, is the procession to the sea, to purify it, the ancient artifact which they kept it in the temple. The temple here, if you notice it, all of the space or ornament and pattern carving, they all reflected the ancient mythology. So as I said, and this is also the highest achievement, which able to collaborate with new idea in the modernization that coexisted, or we call it modern, but very, very adaptive. And look at their very, very spirituality. When you visit a place like this, they are welcome you, be part of the culture. How nice, they are very polite. You know, it's not only for Balinese, it's for anyone. And you are welcome, be part of it, be part of the culture. This is very kindness and very, very polite. So I'm as a Balinese, I live in the village. This is what inspired me every day. We are also develop it as well, of course, and that's what we created from my meditation, or creative meditation, by interaction with nature and ancient civilization, which is now established. Arma Museum is not just a museum, it is reflected a global temple. Whoever, whose spirit, their spirit who contribute something to Bali, neither Balinese or people coming from outside the Bali, or foreigners who are resident here in Bali or in Ubud. And of course, they have something, an interaction or cross-pollination. They took something and also we got something. This is very interesting thing. This spirit, we have to protect it and we have to preserve it and respect it. This is what the museum is not about what is inside the box, but it's also reconnected with the outdoor. And I know that to seeing art, the beauty beyond mind is not that easy. You have to be present. Present is not easy. Many people who are here, only physically here, their mind somewhere else. You wouldn't see art like that. You have to really, really sit for a while, listen, and then feel it, experiencing, and then open your eye. This is, I think, how we viewing art, how seeing the art, not looking the art, but seeing the art beyond aesthetic and mind. I think that is what I love to share it. So Arma, it's what I dream it, what I dream it exactly. We establish it as not just a museum, but also it is independency museum. 100% is independent. But now I already delegated to my son, so with his friend. So future, now I hope that he could really take care and respect to manage the museum. It's not that easy because we are independent. We don't get a penny from others, but this is how people who visited the museum, to me, they fertilizing our tradition and fertilizing the culture to support the culture. I think that is how we admire that, we have to work together. And then also, I'm happy to be partnership of AC Bali. I think I learned a lot from professor academici. Of course, for myself, I have to see, and I told you that learning by doing. Look at this is what I really love it. This is, to me, it's a healing, inspiration. It's therapy. But you have to really, once, 2 times, 3 times, not enough. And this is a living tradition. And this is, I think, very attract people all over the world. And this is our capital, the culture. So thank you very much. That's what I could share with you. And the dreams come true. And I'm very glad to sharing with all of you here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bapak Anagung Gederai, as the founder of the Arma Museums. And I would like to invite you to go back to your seat. Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, next is the video presentations from Hankook University of Foreign Studies, Korea, Professor Ko Hyung-hong. Allow me to read the CV. Professor Dr. Ko Hyung-hong is the Dean of the College of the Asian Language and Cultures and a professor at the Hankook University of Foreign Studies, and with a PhD in Indonesian novel criticism from the University of Malaya. His expertise lies in Malay Indonesian language and literature. He has held prominent positions such as chairman of the Global Association of Indology and Asian Studies as a visiting professor in Indonesia and Malaysia. He is also a published author with works on the language and literature. Here is the video.
Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Selamat sejahtera bagi kita semua. Apa kabar dan salam hangat dari Seoul, Korea. Saya Profesor Ko Hyung-hong dari Hankook University of Foreign Studies dan juga sahabat yang selalu mengikuti perkembangan seni dan budaya Indonesia dengan penuh cinta dan rasa hormat. Sebagai seorang akademisi yang telah lama meneliti dan mencintai sastra dan budaya Indonesia, saya ingin menyampaikan dukungan dan apresiasi yang mendalam kepada IC Bali yang kembali menjadi pelopor dalam penyelenggaraan Bali Global Axis of Arts and Design B-GAAD kedua 2025. B-GAAD bukan sekadar ajang seni dan desain, tetapi juga ruang pertemuan bagi jiwa-jiwa kreatif Asia Pasifik yang membawa semangat dialog, kebersamaan, dan persaudaraan lintas budaya. Tema tahun ini, TUTUR BHUWANA TUWUH, yaitu Miss World Memories, mengandung makna yang sangat dalam. Sebuah ajakan untuk menafsirkan mitos sebagai warisan kebijaksanaan dan cerminan kemanusiaan universal. Saya percaya bahwa melalui kegiatan ini akan lahir sinergi yang positif dan bermakna yang mempertemukan gagasan, tradisi, dan inovasi, serta meneguhkan posisi Bali sebagai poros global seni dan desain di kawasan Asia Pasifik. Kepada Bapak Rektor IC Bali, Profesor I. Nyoman Kun Adnyana, serta seluruh panitia dan mitra yang telah bekerja dengan dedikasi dan ketulusan saya menyampaikan rasa hormat dan terima kasih yang sebesar-besarnya. Semoga B-GAAD kedua 2025 di Asia Pacific Axis of Arts and Design berjalan dengan sukses dan memberi inspirasi bagi dunia seni dan pendidikan global. Terima kasih dan wassalam.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, followed by your presentations from the founder of Komanika Art Gallery Indonesia. Please welcome Bapak Koman Wahyu Suteja SA. Allow me to read the CV. Mr. Koman Wahyu Suteja is the founder and a director of Komanika Fine Arts Gallery since 1997, showcasing unique artworks from emerging artists. He is instrumental in managing and advancing contemporary art in Bali with a vision to introduce artworks that reflect the modern lifestyle of collectors. The gallery provides a platform for artists to explore new and innovative concepts, reflecting the fusion of traditional and contemporary art. Please welcome on the stage Bapak Komang Wahyu Suteja SA.
I don't hear any clap hand. I hope everybody is still awake. Selamat sore. Om Swastiastu. Distinguished guests, invited speaker, especially Rector of Institute Seni Indonesia Bali, Professor Kudanyano with all of the team. I would like to thank because this event giving me opportunity to share my journey from the other side of whatever we heard today, because my side is from the commercial side. So I'm the bridging from the artist to the customer. If you look at the title, it's quite a high achievement, introducing Indonesian contemporary art to the world. I think because dreaming is free, so let's just do it. That's what I'm thinking. It was started, I think, let's go back. It was started in 1991. So in 1991, I think it started from 1990 to 1991. There is a KIAS exhibition, or Indonesian United States Cultural Exhibition, that was initiated by a few companies and then sponsor Indonesia to exhibit cultural Indonesia in United States. So it's a 1-year-long exhibition. So I was there, and during one of the discussion, following the exhibition, there was a debate about the existence of contemporary art in Indonesia. One of the participants claimed that contemporary art in Indonesia did not exist. That was just merely ethnic art, what they said at that time. So hearing this made me want to prove that Indonesian contemporary art does exist, and in fact, thriving. So fast forward in 1995, next please. So fast forward in 1995, I come back to Bali. I visited several painters in Bali and became interested in the work of Imade Jirna, because he is no longer showing a lot of Balinese symbols in his painting. His work conveys an universal message about contemporary life through simple figures, color block, and texture that were easily perceived, allowing them to connect with all cultures from all over the world, not just Balinese cultures. So in December 1996, Komanika Fine Art Gallery was opened with a solo exhibition by Imade Jirna. The exhibition was well received by many and covered by both local and national media. In later exhibition, it even began receiving coverage from international media. One of the curators from Kia's exhibition, Astrid Wright, wrote about the exhibition in Straits Times, Singapore. So at that time, printed media is very important. Before we have an internet revolution, as we know today, that we spread all of the information through social media and digital news. After that, Komaneka Gallery went regularly exhibited work by young contemporary painters, especially students and graduates from Indonesia Art School, such as ISI Yogyakarta and ISI Bali. Next. And then in 1998, so I continue my journey. So in the beginning, I just really tried to find evidence that Indonesian modern art and contemporary art exists. And then during my journey, just 2 years after I opened, there is something happened in Southeast Asia, which is Southeast Asia financial crisis. It was marked by the collapse of banking system and plummeting stock prices. Unexpectedly, this gave momentum to the development of contemporary art market in Indonesia because some stockbrokers saw the opportunity to turn artwork into alternative investment that could generate higher return. They seized upon the popularity of Indonesian contemporary paintings and treat it as commercial commodity. With the skill in packaging and promotion, they applied business strategies similar to IPO, initial public offering, when they're launching, selling shares. And the process, they use the same method. Start from selecting painters whose work could be guided toward market acceptance, followed by professional documentation and publication. And then they do mass media marketing, very aggressive, and then culminating in a grand exhibition held in major city, often in luxury hotel ballroom. They even enter auction houses and were suspected of artificially inflating prices during auction, giving rise to the term goreng-goreng karya seni, or frying art prices. I think it's very familiar for the people who is in during 1998 to 2002. And then this tactic really worked, attracting many new buyers who saw art as an investment. The Indonesian contemporary art market became overheated. People rushed to buy paintings, and out of fear of missing out, many purchased without seeing the work in person, simply asking the size and the theme. So because of this, many senior collectors mocked this trend, saying that people no longer buy painting with their eyes, but with their ears. And then, naturally, because this growth was not organic, the boom was short-lived, and by 2002, when the market became saturated, the bubble burst. Panic selling ensued, price dropped, and the fried artists, the goreng-goreng artists, were abandoned. Only those with genuine quality and solid track record remain. But there is another side from this, Despite the negative aspect of these market practices, Indonesian contemporary art became more widely recognized and accepted internationally because, they really make the effort to promote Indonesian art. And then there's a good side of it, for positive side of it from the practice, Even the practice is not correct, they do for the art, Usually it's more organic. Time is very important because artwork will become mature when, exposed to a lot of challenges during their process. So because of Indonesian art now is become widely known, Indonesia emerged as one of the driving force behind the rise of the contemporary art in Southeast Asia. Indonesian contemporary artwork become some of the most significant and popular pieces sold in Asia auctioneers and international exhibition. So what next after that? Next. So today, fast forward, the contemporary art market in Asia, particularly in Indonesia, is highly developed. Academically, art schools are thriving. Interest in art education is strong. Commercially, numerous national and international art fairs are held regularly in major cities. And then, especially initiatives from ISI Bali are especially appreciated as they consistently carry out cultural mission, not only across Indonesia region, but also internationally, as we see today. This play a crucial role in strengthening the root and continuity of Indonesian contemporary art. To further reinforce and sustain the development of contemporary art, all components must be involved. It's become collaborative effort, including, next, a stronger roles from the state, since cultural development symbolizes the advancement of nation civilization. Next, please. So I hope that the government will take a greater role to ensure that sustainability and growth of Indonesian contemporary art, as I can see from other countries doing that. If now I can conclude, the snapshot of the journey, start from 1991 to 2024, is about 30 years. At least we already achieved what we dream of, to introducing and showing that Indonesian modern art, contemporary art, does exist. So I hope that with all the collaborative effort, this is continue on for the next generation, and Indonesian can become one of the leading force in contemporary art in Asia and even in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bapak Kamang Wahyu Steja. As the founder and the director of Komanika Fine Arts Gallery for the presentations. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, can we have big applause for all of the incredible invited speakers for today? And now we have to come to the lunch break time. We kindly invite all the participants to enjoy the lunch and has been prepared in a dining area. And please take your time and enjoy the meals to recharge for our next sessions later on. Lunch is served, and thank you, and see you again. Baik, kami persilahkan kepada seluruh participants, speakers, respected leaders, untuk bisa segera menuju ke dining area. Kita akan makan siang.
World Memories, TUTUR, BHUWANA, TUWUH. It is such important symposium event that could provide the insightful views and information regarding the role of art, culture, and heritage to bridge the past, the present, and the future. The topic that I would like to highlight is regarding the role of art, culture, and heritage that could unite us all, that could bridge humanity, that could make more understanding between one person in a different culture to others, to another person in, of course, that have different root in culture. Before I proceed, I would like to also mention that Indonesia has more than 17,000 islands, and we have such a great culture and heritage, more than 700 languages, more than 1,300 ethnic groups, and we have also great temples of Indonesia. For example, like Borobudur, Prambanan, the well-known temples. But also we have now, I am in the Regency of Cianjur, the province of West Java, in Desa Karya Mukti, in the site called Gunung Padang. This is archaeological megalithicum site that very important to Indonesian history and even prehistory. Many researchers, many archaeologists, many geologists is involved in doing the research and study regarding this site. And the result from the various research from many scientists mentioning that this is the oldest pyramid of the world. And even one scientist mentioned that these sites date back since 25,000 years ago. So this is a great momentum, a great opportunity for me to share this information to all of you to understand more, and not only the temples, but also one very old site and civilization, the oldest pyramid of Indonesia, called Gunung Padang. And secondly, I would like to also mention regarding the role of art, culture, and heritage to unite us. I think during this era of conflicts and even wars, culture and art is the greatest bridge, the most important bridge to bridge humanity, to promote peace and harmony, to make sure everybody has the same understanding that we come from one important root of civilization that actually promote peace and humanity. And in this opportunity, I would like to also mention that the power of art and culture has a strong universal unity in power, to the power to unite us all. And I think after the last 500 years and the era of colonialization, the term of repatriation is very important to be discussed and to make sure that every country during the colonial era returning artifact, object, cultural object to its origin. You know, in Indonesia, we have Pithecanthropus erectus, even from 1 million years, prehistoric era. We have the prehistoric drawing in many caves, for example, in Gua Liang Liang Maros. We also even have our temples since early century. And now we have our Gunung Padang sites that debatably has been here for more than 25,000 years. And the key now is how we can work together to have a synergy to repatriate all the object, cultural object, all the artifact has to be back to its original place, to its original country, to be able for everybody to do research, to do study for the purpose of science and research to the future. I think I will conclude with let's bridge the world through art and culture. Let's unite the world through art and culture, and of course heritage. Let's make the world better, to live in harmony, to live in peace, to live together, to achieve more great civilization for future generation. Thank you. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om. May peace be upon us. May peace be upon the world, and may peace be upon the universe. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and now finally, we proudly present the Indonesian Institute of the Arts Bali with the several representative presentations showcasing our institution's creative endeavors. And I would like to invite Dr. Imade Sidia, SSP MSN. Allow me to read the CV. Imade Sidia is a renowned Balinese multimedia wayang, shadow puppet, artist, and senior lecturer at the Indonesian Institute of the Arts, or ISI Bali. Trained by his father, Dalang Imade Sidia, he earned his bachelor degree in puppetry from STSI Denpasar in 1992, a master's degree in theater from ISI Surakarta in 2010, and doctoral degree in art studies from ISI Bali in 2025. As the leader of Sanggar Seni Paripurna in Bona, Gianyar, he trains artists in dance, puppetry, and gamelan. And Sidia pioneered wayang listrik, blending traditional puppetry with lighting, video, and animation. His works and workshops have reached international audiences, collaborating with artists such as Larry Reed, Peter Wilson, and Nigel Jamieson. He also serves as Associate Director of the long-running Bali Agung Show at Bali Safari and Marine Park. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Imade Sidia, SSP, MSN.
Thank you very much, Ibu Dewi. Honorable Mr. Rector, Professor Dr. Riwayana Dnyana, SSN, MSN. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all the speakers, all the participants, let me now direct to present my presentation, the title of Ancient Balinese Society from the Perspective of Modern Theater Performance. Okay, the introduction. The richness of the ancient Balinese world can be revealed through the perspective of modern theater, the legacy of Balinese philosophy, spirituality, and the social value expressed through traditional art continue to evolve over time. The current challenge is to blend traditional aesthetics with contemporary performance techniques to represent historical Balinese life on the modern stage. Jadi tantangan masa kini adalah memadukan estetika tradisional dengan teknik pertunjukan kontemporer untuk mempresentasikan kehidupan Bali historis di panggung modern. Next. method and theory. This research employs a quantitative and descriptive approach to literature studies, live performance, observation, and interviewing with contemporary Balinese theater practitioners. Ancient Balinese, next. Ancient Balinese society believe, next slide please. Thank you. Ancient Balinese society believed that ancestor and past king could be certified and become part of the spiritual realm. This belief is reflected in the story of King Jayapangus and Kang Chingwi, which give rise to legend of Barong Landung as an enduring symbol of Bali's collective memory. Next slide, please. Ladies and gentlemen, this is me, myself, when I was a little boy, when I was very young, and my dad always teach me how to become dalang, puppeteer, and how also to learn dance. He teach me a very traditional way. Yeah. So this is a picture of me with my dad, Bapak Madesijo almarhum. Next slide, please. The Bali Agong performance, or Bali Agong show, at Bali Safari and Marine Park tell us their mystical love story with poetic and meaningful visual. This work reflects how contemporary Balinese artists interpret ancient legend through the language of modern performance. Bali Agong Modern Theater combine traditional Balinese theater concept with contemporary element, creating a unique identity. The theater serves as an intangible example of innovation in traditional Balinese performing art. Next, please. Next slide, thank you. In the creation process of Bali Agong Theater, the state of idea, exploration, and conceptualization play a crucial role. So, conclusion. Next, please. Next slide. Thank you. The script development for Bali Agong Theater involved comprehensive planning from scene exploration, choreography, and artistic to final production. As a large scale of production, the theater involved around 150 till 180 cast or performers, including dancers, musicians, puppeteer, and technical crew. Jadi sebagai produksi berskala besar, Teater Bali Agong ini juga ada seni pedalangan, seni tari, seni rupa, dan yang lain-lainnya. With an auditorium capacity of 1,200, jadi di Bali Agong Theater ini bisa menampung penonton sekitar 1.200 orang, ya, 1,200 seats, and the presence of exotic animal on stage. Bali Agong offer as a spectacular theater experience. Jadi dengan auditorium berkepala besar, melibatkan satwa, jadi real animals. Okay, next please. Next slide. Ancient Balinese society had a rich social and cultural structure, shaped by Hindu philosophy and traditional that are found in the performing arts such dance, music, and wayang. Ya, jadi masyarakat Bali kuno memiliki struktur sosial budaya yang sangat kaya. Jadi mewarnai filosofi Hindu serta tradisi, menjiwai seni pertunjukan seperti tari, musik, dalang, seni rupa, dan lain-lainnya. Okay, next slide. That inclusion my presentation. Now, thank you so much. Which will be followed by a short video, short video from Bali Agong Show, Okay, please enjoy the show. Thank you very much. Silakan videonya. Thank you so much. It says, very important, I would like to say, Pak Rector, this is the most the cast from this big production was our student from ISI Bali. Jadi kebanyakan penarinya dari tamatan ISI. Jadi Pak Made, myself, I would like really give opportunity to our students job. Yeah, till now also some lecture still performance over there. Suksema, thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Bapak Dr. Imade Sidia. And I would like to invite to go back to the seat. And for the next presentations, would like to invite Ibu Dr. Niwayan Ardini, SSN, MSE. Can we have warm applause for Ibu Dr. Niwayan Ardini? And I'd like to read the CV. Dr. Niwayan Ardini, SSN, MSE, is a lecturer at the Indonesian Institute of the Arts, ISI Bali. Born in Rendan Karangasem in July 17, 1970, and she earned her doctorate in cultural studies from Udayana University in 2016. Her research focused on musical culture and the dynamics of Balinese popular music. And she received a national competitive research grant in 2016 for localization practices of Balinese pop music. Ardini has presented her work at the 4th Borobudur International Symposium on Humanities and Social Science in 2022 and the Bali BHUWANA Citta Global Art Creativity Conference in 2024. and she currently serves as the Deputy Director of the Postgraduate Program at EC Bali and as Editor-in-Chief of the Journal of Aesthetic Creativity and Art Management. So please welcome on the stage Ibu Dr. Niwayan Ardini, SSN, MSc.
Thank you, Ms. Dewi. Om Swastiastu, Honorable Rector of EC Bali. Selamat siang, good afternoon, all participants. Ladies and gentlemen, I will present my paper, Balinese Pop Music with Mandarin Nuances. Introduction. Balinese pop music, or in Bahasa, musik pop Bali, is regional music that originated and developed in the geographical and cultural region of Bali, Indonesia. The most striking characteristic of Balinese pop music is the use of Balinese lyrics. Over the past 65 years, since the 1990s, Balinese pop music has developed with distinct musical nuances that demonstrate the significant growth of Balinese pop music industry within Balinese society. Nuance in English means very style different. It's called musical nuance because in this case, Balinese pop music generally receives only light influences from other geographical and cultural regions. Discussion. Chinese culture has a close connection to the history of Balinese culture. A well-known folk tale tells the merits of the Balinese king Sri Raja Jayapangus to a Chinese princess named Kang Qinghui in the 12th century. This intercultural couple marks the founding of the Balinkang temple in Kintamani. Furthermore, the use of Chinese coin or uang kepeng with a hole in the center remains a mandatory part of the ceremony. In Indonesia, including Bali, the term Mandarin returned to Chinese entities and Chinese needs. Mandarin is the official language of the People's Republic of China. Next. One of the hallmarks of Mandarin nuance of Balinese pop music is the use of the guseng, a popular traditional musical instrument from China. Next. In the Balinese pop music industry, Komang Raka is the master of Mandarin nuances, while Widi Widiana and De Uli are the king and queen of Mandarin nuance in Balinese pop music. Many of Widi Widiana's songs from the 1919 and 2010 contain Mandarin nuances. One such song is Sesapi Putih. The tune, melody, and instrumentation of Sesapi Putih are influenced by Mandarin nuances. Like Widi Widiana, the Ulik song contains Mandarin nuances. One example is Tresna Kanti Pawah. In Tresna Kanti Pawah, the tune, melody, and instrumentation are distinctly Mandarin nuances. Conclusion. Mandarin nuances dominate Balinese pop music industry, which start like Widi Widiana and De Uli. However, behind the form of Balinese pop music practices with Mandarin nuances during the industrialization of Balinese music, there are global or transnational myths about relationship between Balinese and Chinese culture, a global and continual connection that began centuries ago. This is certainly not only memories, but an empirical history that continued this day. Ladies and gentlemen, here are part of video clips. Please, next.
Sanjiwani, galang apa nang kerasayang, semilir angine ngetisin nawaki, gaya luluh anyut tresnani.
Thank you. Om Santi 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 Om.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Ibu, Dr. Iniwayan Ardini, SSN, MSE, for the presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, now moving to the next presentations, we'd like to invite Dr. Alit Kumaladewi, SSN, MDS. And allow me to read the CV. Dr. Alit Kumaladewi, SSN, MDS, was born in Denpasar, Bali on March 17, 1985. She earned her bachelor degree in Fine Arts and Design, majoring in Visual Communication Design from the Indonesian Institute of the Arts, Denpasar in 2007. And in 2008, she was appointed as a lecturer in the Visual Communication Design Study Program, Faculty of Fine Arts and Design, ISI Denpasar. She continued her master degrees in design at the Bandung Institute of the Technology, ITB, and obtained her Master of Design degree in 2011. In 2017, she pursued doctoral studies in art studies at the postgraduate program of ISI Denpasar and successfully earned her doctorate in 2021. She is currently a lecturer in the Visual Communication Design study program at the postgraduate program at ISI Bali. Her academic activities encompass teaching, research, community engagement, and participation in seminars, as well as national and international arts exhibition. In addition, she's actively involved as a judge, journal reviewer, the guest speaker, particularly in the fields of promotion and advertising. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Alit Kumaladewi, SSN, MDS.
Om Swastiastu, the Honorable Rector of ISI Bali, Professor Dr. Iwayan Kunatnyana, distinguished speakers and all participants, good afternoon. It is truly an honor and a pleasure to be here as an invited speaker and to share ideas in this inspiring symposium. My name is Kumala. I'm a lecturer in Visual Communication Design and the Magister program at ISI Bali. I'm pleased to present my paper entitled Barong and Rangde as Cultural Symbols. Next, please. Myths as Heritage and Living Wisdom. As we all know, Local myths are not just fairy tales, but rather way our ancestors interpreted the world and provided guidance for life. Myths function as a gift of collective wisdom, containing moral, spiritual, and social values. Next, please. In the Balinese context, myths are not artifacts of the past, not only as a legacy of stories passed down from generation to generation, but also manifested through rituals, art, and guidelines for daily life. In artistic and cultural practices, myths become a source of creative inspiration and a way of expressing life values. Next. Barong and Rangda symbolism, cosmic drama. In Balinese tradition, Barong is a symbolic guardian of harmony, protective power representing moral balance, and the life-preserving power that anchors cosmic stability. And the other side, Rangda is a symbol of chaos, destructive energy, and the disruptive power that challenges the harmony of existence. Next. The battle between the two is never over. A universal message about the duality of life, like light and dark, good and evil, life and death. Not to determine a winner, but rather to remind us that balance is what keeps the world evolving. Next. Transformation of values from sacred ritual to profound representation. The Barong Rangda ritual is not merely entertainment, but a sacred ceremony to balance natural energy and ancestral spirits, maintaining cosmic harmony. But also, in everyday life, Barong performances can be present as performing arts, tourism, and even cultural commodities. Next, please. Living myths in Balinese culture. The sacralization process. Barong and Rangda become sacred, much through a series of purification ceremonies and special rituals such as Melasti, Melaspas, and Masupati. We call it the Maurip-urip ceremony. Without these rites, they remain more artistic object or profane rather than sacred. In ritual and ceremonies, Barong and Rangda dance are performed as purification ritual to restore cosmic balance and protect the community. In visual art and craftsmanship, sacred Barong Rangda must carve with ritual purification. Its color and motif holds cosmological meaning. And in performing arts, Sendratari Calonarang dramatizes myth through dance, music, and theater, reinterpreted to address social issues like power, gender, and fear. Next, please. Contemporary art practices. Balinese artists now utilize the Barong Rangda figures in murals, comics, animation, and graphic design as metaphor for moral conflict and ecological balance. As you can see on the screen, these artworks belongs to Rakajana, an illustrator and creativepreneur known for his distinctive style that blends Balinese culture with modern elements, resulting in unique and captivating designs. He is a graduate of the Visual Communication Design and the Magister Program in Art Study at ISI Bali. The sacred profane transition signifies cultural adaptation rather than degradation. Through this process, myths maintain their sacred core while expanding accessibility and relevance across generation and culture. Next, please. Conservation values and wisdom. This myth teaches humans not to destroy order but to manage and balance the energies of life. Conservation is understood beyond nature, encompassing the preservation of tradition, values, and spirituality. Ancestral wisdom reminds us that every force, even the seemingly destructive ones, has its role in maintaining the cosmic system. Next, please. Universal values of harmony and tolerance. The Barong Rangda battle reflects the inner and social conflicts that exist within human life. Understanding this duality encourages tolerance and human solidarity, recognizing differences as essential to the harmony of the world. Through this myth, we learn that true solidarity grows not from uniformity, but from the willingness to live together in diversity. Next, please. I sincerely appreciate your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much for very great presentations. And for our next presentation would be from Bapak Dr. Imade Bayu Pramana, SSN, MSN. Allow me to read the CV. He's a lecturer in photography studies, focusing on both creative practice and research. He completed his bachelor's, master's, and doctoral degrees in the field of photography creations and research. He is actively engaged in the research and the creation of photographic artworks, with a focus on a Balinese visual culture, the history of photography, and the development of photographic research methods. For Bapak Dr. Imade Bayu Pramana, the time is yours.
Thank you, Ibu Dewi. Om Swastiastu. Good afternoon to the Honorable Rector of ISI Bali, Professor Dr. Iwayana Dnyana, all committee, distinguished speakers, leaders and delegates of second B-GAAD, and also all participants. It's a great pleasure for me and honor to be here today in this sleepy time. Thank you for the kind of introduction and for giving me this opportunity to present my research about a myth on my village in Kesiman, about 1 kilometer in the eastern campus of ISI Bali, titled Photographing Myths of Watu Perahu along the Ayung River, visualizing Kesiman's ancestral taboos and sacred ecologies. Next slide, please. Myths and folklore are essential to human knowledge and experience. They should not be viewed as disorganized fragments, but rather as expression of a worldview characterized by interpretive orientation. In fact, folklore is regarded as an academic discipline that can be utilized in addressing modern issues within a contemporary framework. Folklore encompasses a broad range of aspects, including knowledge, attitudes, values, emotions, and assumptions. It even provides beliefs that can spread through traditional practices and customs. For a long time, Indonesian society has possessed a rich oral tradition of folklore. This because folklore constitutes as inseparable part of oral storytelling tradition that has been passed down from generation to generation within Balinese communities. This tradition is often transmitted orally by the elders in particular communities. One of the most significant lessons containing local wisdoms, values, and character is found within the folklore of a community, including those in Bali. Next slide. Myths play a highly significant role in Balinese culture, not only as folklore, but also as reminders and guide for social, spiritual, and ecological life. Ecological myths discuss how traditional myths and beliefs can serve as instruments for fostering ecological awareness within society. Amidst the growing global concern over environment issues, the role of literary works in educating the public about ecology has become increasingly significant. Literature possesses the power to touch the hearts and minds of its readers, inspiring change in attitude and action that reflects care for nature. Next. The Ayung River, or Tukat Ayung in Balinese, is the longest river on the islands of Bali, flowing for 68.5 kilometers through Bangli, Badung, Gianyar, and Denpasar regencies, ultimate emptying into the Badung Strait at Padanggalak Beach in Kesiman, Denpasar. The upper reach of the Ayung consists of three significant tributaries, Tukat Bangkung from Plaga, Tukat Mangani from Catur regions, and Tukat Siap from Kintamani. These tributaries converge in Payangan area. Erosion levels within the river basin vary from light to severe, with the lightest erosion occurring in the rice fields along the river paths. To safeguard the sources of waters and maintains the river's road, various ancestral myths surround the Ayung River. One such myth is the Watu Prahu in Kesiman village, the vinyl village transversed by the Ayung River before it reached its mouth. This myth plays a role in the conservation of the river's ecological balance. Next. The myth of Watu Prahu in Kesiman village. In this context, I present the Watu Prahu, or a stone vessel, a myth from Kesiman village. This is an analysis how myth functions in regulating the relation between humans, nature, and supernatural forces. This myth narrates a large stone delta shape like a boat or vessel located in the middle of the Ayung River in Kesiman village, which is believed to be the boat of an important Balinese mythological figure, Ratu Gede Mecaling. Furthermore, it seeks to examine the relationships between myth and sacred ecology surrounding the Ayung River, as well as its relevance to environmental conservation, river flow preservation, and the ecological protection of water source in Bali. Next. The legend of Ratu Gede Mecaling, as believed by the Kesiman community and also spread in Bali, holds significant spiritual meaning, reflecting the deep connection between the natural world and human existence. This myth, while symbolizing a force of both prosperity and calamity, teaches the Balinese people the importance of living in harmony with nature and acknowledging unseen spiritual powers that govern in the environment. Next. The imagination of the large boat is likely based on the visual memory of the Balinese people in the 15th to 16th centuries who were accustomed by seeing large ships from Javanese and European sailors passing through Bali. And it's depicted that the stone shaped like the bottom of the boat represent the boat of Ratu Mas Mecaling, refers to theory of pareidolia perception. If we observe a natural object and see that it's highly similar to presentation of actual object. Next. According to the cultural experts and Lontar manuscript reader from Kesiman, Watu Prahu is believed by the people of the community to be vessel of the Ratu Gede Mas Mecaling, believed to be the harbinger of plague and disaster across Bali, is associated with the 6th month in the Balinese calendar, or Sasih Kenam, as endemic of beliefs in the Balinese Hindu community. the 6 months always connected with the season of plagues. Interestingly and uniquely, this has become a phenomenon. In many places, especially in South Bali, the village communities perform the Mecaru Sasih Keenam ritual to neutralize the negative energy caused by Ratu Gede Mecaling's visits to Bali. This discourse has become a living myth within the social environment in the Balinese Hindu community. Next. Therefore, through the generations, the communities along the Ayung River have been prohibited from permanently settling or constructing buildings along its banks. This prohibition stems from the belief that during certain periods, when Ratu Gede Mecaling sails with his boats and troops, it will cause a great flood that sweeps away everything along the river banks and obstruct his journey. The great flood on Bali on September 10th, months ago, served as an evidence that the ancestor message cannot be ignored. Almost all the buildings and houses along the Ayung River banks and several river banks in southern Bali were swept away. Next. Next. Now, please. The last slide. The Watu Prahu myth served as a piece of folklore and as a guiding principle that emphasizes the importance of maintaining a balance between humanity and nature. Through the medium of photography, this myth can be shared with a global audience, bridging Balinese traditions with the modern world and fostering greater appreciation for valuable local cultural values. It encouraged us to live in harmony with nature, respect its sacredness, and recognize the vital role of art in preserving both cultural and heritage ecosystem. Thank you. Om Santi, Santi, Santi. Om. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Bapak Bayu. I'd like to invite to go back to seat. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for our next agenda, it will be the handover of the certificates and also souvenirs for all of the speakers. And we would like to invite Bapak Rektor of ISI Bali and accompanied by Ibu Ketua Senat and also the Vice Rectors to be on the stage. Kami mengundang yang terhormat Bapak Rektor didampingi oleh Ibu Ketua Senat dan juga para Wakil Rektor untuk bisa hadir di atas panggung. Akan diadakan handover certificates to all of the speakers for today. Dan kepada panitia untuk bisa dibantu mengarahkan sertifikat nanti untuk menyerahkan langsung ditujukan pada Bapak Rektor dan saya akan panggil satu persatu. So I will mention one by one for the speaker. The first one, Assistant Professor Catherine Parrott, MFA, presentation from University of Iowa, USA. So please come up on the stage. Can we have warm applause, everyone, to these handover certificates as the invited speaker. And the next one, would like to invite Professor Jago Bloom, MFA, MSc, presentation from the La Salle College. Yes. La Salle College of the Arts, Singapore, Professor Jago Bloom, MFA, MSc. Dan selanjutnya, dengan hormat kami persilakan Bapak Ana Agung Gaderai, the founder of Arma Museums, to be on the stage. Can we have warm applause, everyone? And next, we'd like to invite Bapak Komang Wahyu Steja SA, the founder of Komanika Art Gallery, Indonesia. Kami persilakan Bapak. Can we have warm applause, everyone? We have all of the invited speakers already to have the certificates and souvenirs also from ISI Bali. And the next one, we'd like to invite Bapak Dr. Imade Sidia, SSP MSN. Kami persilakan. Baik, selanjutnya kami persilakan untuk bersiap. Yeah, warm applause everyone. It's a very nice t-shirts, long sleeve t-shirts. Kami persilakan Ibu Dr. Niwayan Ardini SSN MSI untuk tampil ke atas panggung. Yes, thank you. And the souvenirs. Warm applause, everyone. So this is also a very great presentation also from ISI Bali. Next, we'd like to invite Ibu Dr. Alit Kumaladewi, SSN MDS, to be on the stage to receive the certificates and also the souvenirs. Yes, thank you very much. And then next, we'd like to invite Bapak Dr. Imade Bayu Pramana, SSN MSN. Thank you. Once again, can we have warm round applause, everyone, for all of the invited speakers and also the speakers from ISI Bali. And let's take for the group pictures together. Oke, Bapak Rektor di tengah, sarang Ibu mungkin dampingi Ibu Ketua Senat. Lalu Pak Wakil Rektor juga di samping. Ya, di tengah-tengah. Mungkin bisa dibantu. Mohon izin Bapak Rektor, Mayor of Misato City dari Jepang akan segera menuju ke ruangan ini kembali untuk menerima sertifikat nantinya.
Berikutnya bahasa Jepang ya.
Baik, dengan hormat Bapak Rektor untuk bisa kembali ke atas panggung karena the Mayor of the Misato City is already here. Ya, mungkin Bapak Wakil Rektor bisa mendampingi Bapak Rektor. Warm applause, everyone. Thank you so much to be here back again with us. Mr. Takashi Kado. Thank you very much. I would like to invite to go back to your seat. Kami persilakan Bapak Rektor, Bapak Wakil Rektor, and also Mr. Takashi Kado to go back to the seat. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's proceed to the next of agenda. We will open for our open call presentation session featuring selected presenters who will share their research, artistic works, and innovative projects. Without any further ado, we would like to invite for the first speakers of our open call speakers, Professor Dr. Andes Iwayan Karja, MFA. I would like to read the CV. Wayan Karja is a renowned Balinese painter, art educator, and former Dean of the Faculty of Fine Arts and Design at ISI Denpasar. He has received major honors, including the Satya Lencana from the President of Indonesia and the Nakasone Yasuhiro Award, Tokyo, Japan. His works reflect deep spiritual and intuitive exploration inspired by Balinese cosmology, especially the Pengidar Buana and color mandala. Active in art restoration research and international workshops, Karja bridged traditional philosophy with the contemporary art. He has exhibited extensively in Indonesia and abroad, including in Japan, Hong Kong, Australia, Switzerland, Italy, Germany, Hungary, Poland, China, and the United States, and most recently in Hamburg and Berlin. So please warm welcome for Professor Dr. Andes Iwayan Karja, MFA.
Terima kasih, matur semua. Yang terhormat Bapak Rektor ISI Bali. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I would like to tell a little story about color. In Bali, we have a different way to talk about primary colors, not like in Western part of the world. I will talk about pancha warna. Pancha means five, warna means color. There are five basic color in this culture, in Balinese culture, used to study about balance and harmony between here and not here, or in macro and micro. Next slide, please. Panchawarna is starting with white. I think almost everyone in Bali know about that. But the story I tell you, it's every time I woke up in the morning and thinks about the first direction is east, which is the white. The color get blurred, or the color come because of the light. So start with east clockwise to the south and west and north. Next slide. Yeah, this is color in this culture. They used to awakening cosmic energy. Through color, we can feel many different elements of life from what we see and what we didn't see. Next. ancient concept about this is written many centuries ago about how to balance inner and outer, or macro and micro. They use color. Simply color as a tool, as a bridge between what you see or what we see and what is unseen. Next. Not only in visual art or in art world, our tradition use color to enlightening and living the life based on ritual. So we use many different ways to introduce people based on color. So people in Bali, they learn color periodically and use a schedule with Balinese calendar. And every Balinese get exposed to this kind of color. Next. Next. A lot of offering, a lot of thing we do in our tradition based on this color. We call pancha warna, the 5 colors. But I will jump quicker into visual art. For example, one of our legends, Gusti Nyoman Lempad, one of the most famous artists in this island, used black, white, black, little red, and gold as pasupati to make it alive in his work. Another artwork I saw that Wayan Sika, more in modern term, trained in academic art, they also use this kind of ancient myth as a tool to develop his art. Next. I have another way how to play with this color. I call it play, flow, freedom. Through this color, I play, I let it flow, and I let it free. The color become a tool of experimental in modern art. So based on traditional root, based on ancient myth from Lontar, we can find a guideline how to use color. Next. Not only based on tradition, not only based on ritual, not only based on spiritual, but also time. For example, early morning, woke up in the morning, the color, white, light, and then turn into midday in the noon time become red, and sunset time become yellow, and midnight become black. And this also we can see how nature already create atmosphere for us through colors. Next. I also trying to play little exploration to this as a tool of meditation. Panchawarna they use also to go into the most essential part of light. How to make color light, because color is a bridge between pigment, what we see, and light, what they call Dewa or God. In essential concept, I use this as a minimalist ideas. Next.
Izin Pak Prof Ampura 1 menit lagi.
Terima kasih. The last slides, Pancawarna is part of the Pangidar BHUWANA, and I use this kind of technique, how to vibrating as a cosmic series, and this is the most recent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very wonderful presentations about colors. because we are full of colors in this life. Terima kasih Bapak. And then the next one would like to invite Professor Dr. Ida Ayu Trisnawati, SST MSE, for our next presentations. Allow me to read the CV. Professor Ida Ayu Trisnawati is a professor in dance studies at the Indonesian Institute of the Arts, ISI Bali. Born in Malang on January 21st, 1962, and she earned her doctorate in cultural studies from Udayana University. She received the 2024 Fundamental Research Grant and the 2025 Program Inovasi Seni Nusantara. Her community engagement includes developing dance education for the deaf or community in Bengkale Village, Buleleng, and she also serves as an art consultant for Denpasar City and a secretary for traditional arts and the Bali Cultural Council. Her book, The Heritage System of the Indonesian Performing Arts in Dance, and her choreographies, Baris Bebila in 2017, Jala Anguci 2018, Puspa Arum Bengkale 2019, and Suci Tirta Mahamreta Pratista 2023 reflect her dedications to inclusive and sacred Balinese dance traditions. Kepada Ibu Profesor Dr. Ida Ayu Trisnawati, the time is yours.
Terima kasih Ibu Dewi. Om Swastiastu. Your Holy, all invited speaker, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am Ida Ayu Trisnawati. Today, I am present about research, inclusive identity of the state, myths, local wisdom, and resistance in the Baris Bebila dance of Bengkale Village, North Bali. This talk is part of the Bali Global Axis of Art and Design 2025. Themes TUTUR, BHUWANA, TUWUH, Myths, World Memories. Next. Bengkale is known as Kolok village because about 2% of its population is deaf from birth, but not isolated. The Kolok and Inget hearing communities live in almost perfect social integration, sharing the same language, value, and culture practice. This study uses an ethnography approach to explore how myths and local wisdom shape the Baris Bebila dance, a dance that is not just an attraction, but crystallization of an inclusive identity. Next. Art disability and myths in the global discourse of inclusive art. The focus is often placed on access or facilities for artists with disabilities. However, Bengkale presents a counter-narrative that disability is not just an individual identity, but an integral part of the community collective identity. Next. The function of organic inclusion Bengkale local wisdom serves as the social infrastructure that support inclusion. The Salempah value embrace close kind and collective responsibility among residents. And most important, the Hitakarana philosophy serves as the foundation of social harmony. Next. Ethnographic method with 4 main steps. The first, an emic approach to understand the meaning of inclusive identity from the perspective of the residents themselves. Second, participatory observation with direct involvement in dance practice and village ritual. 3, in-depth interview with dancer, dance creator, and community leaders. And 4, document analysis of myth, oral histories, and culture archive. Next. Myths. From curse to cosmic destiny in the Bengala myths, deafness is believed to originate from a battle between two gods, Surya Jana and Kala Rudra. The cause of deafness and muteness that arose from this event is not interpreted as a disgrace, but as a cosmic gift. Thus, every Kolok child is considered an heir to a sacred destiny. Next. The Baris Babila dance is the most powerful symbol of Kolok identity. Babila itself has a dual meaning, dynamic movement, and sacred power. The traditional warrior custom depicts strength and nobility, positioning the Kolok dancer as an improved subject, not an object of faith. This performance is a cultural counterpoint to the paradigm that view disability as inability. Next.
Mohon izin Bu Prof, 1 menit lagi.
Yeah. Conclusion, next. Inclusion as culture heritage from the finding of this study, their main pillar of Bengala inclusive identity can be concluded. 1. Myths are transformed in the spiritual foundation of inclusion. 2. Local wisdom is lived out in everyday social practice. And 3. Culture practice empower the Kolok community to express their agency. Next, this short video. Silakan videonya. Only 1 detik, 1 second. Next. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu, for the presentations and also the video, a short video. And next, would like to invite Dr. Iwayan Budiarsa, SSN MSE, for the presentations. And allow me to read the CV of Dr. Iwayan Budiarsa, SSN MSE. Growing up in an artistic and cultural village environment has made him an inheritor of the noble legacy of his ancestors. Since 2006, he has served as a lecturer and civil servant at the Indonesian Institute of the Arts, ISI Denpasar. He has published several books, articles, and papers based on the research as a part of the Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi, covering a regional, national, and international scopes. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Iwayan Budiarsa, SSN MSE. Time is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Cempaka, beautiful MC. Oke, yang terhormat Bapak Rektor ISI Bali, Bapak Profesor Dr. Iwayan Adnyana, SSN MSN, dear speaker, all ladies and gentlemen, izinkan saya menyampaikan pantun karena sedang ngantuk-ngantuknya. Bodyguard membeli nanas, kain tersimpul dalam erat. B-GAAD very nice, semua kumpul salam sehat. Thank you. Oke, langsung ya. Rejang Sutri Den. the mythical den of the myth of the Queen Gede Mecaling. Yeah. The Rejang Sutri Den, a sacred den and den toward of disaster from Batuan Village, Gianyar, Regency, Bali. Myth from war Dewa Babi with Queen Gede Mecaling until now exists because Batuan people believe myths, tradisi lisan or tutur leluhur become the beginning of the formation of the Rejang Sutri Den from the 17th century and performed until now, bringing blessing of safety. Next. The ritual ceremony every day for 4 months, yeah, at the Desa Pusah Batuan Temple and is host of the Batuan Village community. The ritual we call the gocekan. Gocekan cook fighting, okay? Cook fighting and the Rejang Sutri then at dancing at Wantilan Desa Pusah Batuan Temple at 7 p.m. until finish every day for 4 months. This is a very unique and different from other village. I think the Rejang Sutri for education, ethics, and moral young generation include the religion, ritual, custom, art, and culture become harmony. During Rejang Sutri performance, this one the taboo, yeah, cannot to sleep on a mattress, and we must sleep under the bed. Avoid face-to-face communication. Don't use communication if somebody you can look the face, yeah, like that. Believe in the Batuan people. Don't answer call from people you don't know. Filling up rubbish. When the Rejang Sutri den, we call the masola. It is not permissible to forfeit children who joke around, play among the Rejang Sutri dancer because it is believed that these children are part of the magical power of Sutri, in order that can be dangerous. The closing. The myth of Ratu Gede Mecaling is symbolical, visualized in the form of the Rejang Sutri Den of Batuan Village, Gianyar Regency, Bali. The creation of the Rejang Sutri of Batuan Village is based on this myth and is able to provide spectacle in sacred space and guidance to its people. Abstractly, the macrocosmic space of the myth is attached to the belief of the Batuan community. Well, as term of activity, the Rejang Sutri then is attached to the microcosmic space. Rejang Sutri Batuan is sacred, believed to have supernatural power as then to ward of disaster. The den contain character, education value that are instilled from an early age because children have been involved with the sacred performance, positive ethic, social interaction can build harmony. But a vertical and horizontal relationship, and from this artistic ritual, it is hoped that it will have a positive impact on the life of the Batuan village community in particular. And for close, the very nice moment. Then tomorrow, yeah, in Batuan Village for the Rejang Sutri, the start, yeah, masolah or dancing, and tomorrow, 30 October, yeah, very nice moment because tomorrow Rejang Sutri at Batuan performance. If you have the time, please coming to Batuan Village and until March 2026. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Om Santi, Santi, Santi. Om. I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to invite to go back to the seat. Ladies and gentlemen, moving to our next presenter, Niputu Hartini, SSN, MSN. Allow me to read the CV. Niputu Hartini, SSN MSN, was born in Denpasar on April 29, 1985. She holds a Master of Arts in Art Studies from the Indonesian Institute of the Arts, ISI Denpasar, specializing in Balinese Karawitan, traditional gamelan music. Hartini has received awards and recognitions as a musician, educator, mentor, and speaker in the field of Karawitan. Her research experience includes field studies and creative projects that integrate traditional and innovative elements of Balinese Karawitan. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Niputu Hartini, SSN, MSN.
Oke, terima kasih Ibu Dewi. Om Swastiastu, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, nama budaya, Rahayu, Rahayu, Rahayu. Yang terhormat, Rektor ISI Bali, Bapak Profesor Dr. Wayan Atnyana. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and all participants of TUTUR BHUWANA TUWUH. Today, I would like to present my presentation about Gending Gender Wayang Sudamala, myths and philosophies of moral purification in Balinese heritage. Next. The essence of Gending Sudamala. This study examines the Gending Gender Wayang Sudamala's role as a representation of myths and moral purification philosophies in Balinese cultural preservation, is including about the spiritual medium, moral education, and cultural identity. Next, I would like to introduce about the Gender Wayang. That the Gender Wayang is a Balinese gamelan. There are 4 instruments, including the 2 pairs of Gender Pemade and Gender Kantilan that use a Slendro 5 tuning system. The Gender Wayang is an ancient gamelan group vital to Balinese social and religious life. Gender Wayang is used not only to accompany shadow puppet shows, but also plays a vital role in religious ceremonies like matatah or tooth filling and ngaben or cremation. And the Gending Gender Wayang Sudamala is one of the repertoire symbolized about the myths and philosophies of moral purification. Next, please. About the philosophy of purification, that the Gending Sudamala mediates of the purification narrative through melodies that invite reflection on life meaning and moral cleansing. It's including for the inner cleansing, duality value, moral message, and a ritual medium. Next, please. This is about the musical structure of the Gending Gender Wayang Sudamala. The musicological analysis reveal a distinctive structure and complex playing techniques, including for the part is the first about the Ginaman or intro. It's longer, a complex melody section, medium tempo with the grand character, and demonstrates the player skill. The second about the pengawa or complementary, it's have the tempo more slower and dominant use of the dang stone. And the last about the pengecet or closing is a tempo faster, the forming an interlocking pattern or ubit-ubitan through a co-locking technique. In the Gending Sudamala, the five-tone cylindro, burhole, and interlocking patterns create a dynamic, rich texture, resulting in a solemn and calm melodic character. Next, please. Mythical, narrative, and symbolism. The Gending Sudamala is deeply rooted in the story of Kakawin Sudamala, which involves spiritual cleansing. It's have the Ruatan journey for the Gending Sudamala. Its myth tells the Batari Uma course and the mythological journey and Ruatan or spiritual cleansing require the freedom. The music revives this story of cleansing from evil and spiritual illness, serving as a medium and prayer and purification. The soft, smooth sound character of the Genderwayang holds spiritual energy, creating an atmosphere of inner silence during the rituals. That the Gending Sudamala, the playing technique ubit-ubitan demands high coordination, reflecting the integration of technique, aesthetic, and socio-cultural function. Next. The Sudamala Ruatan ceremony. The Gending Sudamala is essential as accompanying for the Tirta Pengkelukatan or cleansing ceremony, which remove impurities and negative influence, including about the offering, worship, Tirta sprinkling, and procession. Next, please.
Lagi 5 detik lagi.
Moral purification philosophy is that the Sudamala means liberation from mala or inner impurity, since course symbolizing the effort to distance oneself from negative force. Next. Next more. And the last about the conclusion and a future present fashion for the Gending Genderwayang Sudamala is a complete cultural entity connecting musical, philosophical, ritual, and educational aspect. Preserving this Gending is crucial for maintaining Balinese cultural identity and developing noble value sustainably. Okay, that's all. Next. Yeah, thank you for your attention. Om Santi 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 Om. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Rahayu Rahayu Rahayu.
Thank you very much, Ibu Niputu Hartini. And I would like to invite to go back to the seat. And the next presenter would like to invite Nikade Nwiyani SSM home. And allow me to read the CV. Nikade Nwiyani is a lecturer in the Film and Television Production Study Program, Faculty of Fine Arts and Design, Indonesian Institute of the Arts, Bali. She earned her bachelor's degree in English literature and her master's degrees in linguistics for the translation studies from Udayana University. And she's currently pursuing a doctoral degree in art studies at the doctoral program of EC Bali. She has received recognitions as an outstanding lecturer and was awarded as a motivating woman in the field of media in 2018 at Denpasar city level. She has produced several national and international journal and conference publications, as well as a number of documentary films, including one titled Amerta Ning Sinar, which explores patriarchal culture in Bali, and her most recent documentary work, Taksu Carita, in 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Nikade Nwiyani SSM home.
Om Swastiastu. Selamat siang yang terhormat Bapak Rektor ISI Bali, Bapak Profesor Dr. Iwayan Atnyana, and also respectful speakers, delegations for the symposium of the second B-GAAD in 2025 in Denpasar. It is a great honor for me to have the opportunity to share some information related to the local wisdom, especially related to the puppetry developments in Bali. So today, actually, I'm standing here to represent my team members that basically is the expert on the puppetry fields. I have Bapak Kadek Witnyana over there. So today we would like to present our discussions entitled Reka Sedana, Diatmika, and Widya Guna's Ringgit, Local Wisdom in Contemporary Learning as a Balinese Puppetry. So I believe that everyone in this room ever heard about the terms of puppetry and then puppets or dalang or wayang in Bahasa. And specifically, each of the puppet characteristic of each area has their own certain patterns. Like we have in Bali, we call Balinese shadow puppets. It's relate to something that has the views of Dharma values and then religious reflections, cultural wisdom, that which is also provide the connections between the balancing of Balinese people in our daily life. So why this topic is really urgent to be discussed? Because Wayang Kulit Bali as an artistic spiritual medium deeply rooted in Balinese philosophy. For example, for the baby born in their age, they will have several ceremonies like been already mentioned by Putu Hartini before, that we have to prevent our children for the bad negative effects through the ceremony called the Sudamala, or even we do the ceremony during the Tumpek Wayang. And then Dalang also can be has a roles as a teacher, priest, and also artist, because during the performance of puppeters, they convey a value and then also a message that teach younger generations about our local wisdom, full of the moral message during the performance. And then within these technology developments, we believe that cultural globalization challenging traditional learning frameworks. That's why we need this pattern to be preserved and learned by the next generations of the puppeteers, that they can apply during their performance while they playing the puppetry. And next, educational revitalization through peniti tala pedalangan is very important to be kept as a guidance, and then our local wisdom can be totally preserved every era of cultural developments. Next. During the discussions, we also classified the research objectives and also the research methodology that focuses on the exploration of Reka Sedana, Diatmika, and Widya Gunang Ringgit within Purwa Wasana. And then we would like to interpret them as a pedagogical elements in Balinese puppetry learning. And the third research objective is about to establish the Wimba Paniti Tala Seni Pedalangan as a model of holistic education. So for the research methodology, you can see how we would like to elaborate the objectives and then the theory to find out the conclusions of the research. Next. When we are talking about the concept of Paniti Tala Pedalangan, we have to understand about the framework and then the knowledge emphasized, and also how we can reflect it to Trihitakarana values harmony with God, nature, and others. Next. The first main item that really important within this Paniti Tala called as Reka Sedana Ringgit. It is consisting of creative and structural aspect of performance, and then compositions consisting of papunggalan, and then innovations, we call it as palangkara, and narrative efficiency or ngarahina. And the last one, they encourage adaptive performance for contemporary audience. Next.
One more minute, please.
Okay. And for the second main points, we call it as Diatmika Ringgit, consisting about the dalang inner and spiritual disciplines, consisting of rooted in mantra recitation, ritual purification, and also the reflection between unity between performance and also theology. Next, and the last point of this discussion, concern of Widya Gunung Ringgit, which represent intellectual and literary mastery of the Dalang, based on Purwa Wasana dialogue tradition between teachers and also students. And the last one, they integrate story, ethnics, and aesthetic into pedagogical knowledge. So what is pedagogical knowledge within this pattern? Next. So we have the new learning model combining art, spirituality, and also intellect. And then the second one is strengthens character education through cultural embodiments. And the last one is provides a framework for creative pedagogy rooted in local wisdom. Next. So I think this type of patterns, like we call Panititala, must be preserved by everyone. And today would like to inform that the pattern exists. So the conclusion mentions that Wimber Panititala serve as a holistic framework for education and also becoming a bridge Balinese philosophy with modern pedagogy. So let us also have the same spirit to still preserve and maintain the cultural wisdom that we have, especially concerning to the puppetry developments. So thank you very much for all your attentions. Have a good day, and thank you very much for the opportunity to have the great moment to share this information to all of you here today. Thank you very much, Matur Suksemo.
Thank you, Ibu Duyani, for a great presentation. And the next presenter would like to invite Yadija Remalia Sijabat MA. Yadija Remalia Sijabat MA is a lecturer at the Music Study Program of EC Bali, specializing in piano as her major instrument. She earned her Bachelor of Music from the Indonesian Institute of the Arts, Yogyakarta, and her Master of Arts degree from Gajah Mada University. Without any further ado, we'll give the time yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yedija Remalia Sijabat. Today, I will briefly present my paper titled Kidung Merapi as the Arts Politics of Memory. The study explores how the ritual sound of Kidung Mocopat in Labuhan Merapi becomes a form of sacred memory and cultural resilience. Mount Merapi is one of the most sacred mountains in Java. Every year, the Royal Court of Yogyakarta holds the Labuhan Merapi ritual as a way to maintain harmony between the Sultan, the people, and the spirit of the mountain. The night before the ceremony, the community gathers for Selamatan, chanting Kidung Mocopat to express gratitude and protection. In this soundscape, art and belief merge into a single ritual language. Next slide. This research focuses on understanding Kidung not only as music, but as a living practice of memory and power. The key question is, how does ritual sound sustain sacred memory and at the same time negotiate cultural authority? Next slide. The study draws on performance theory and cultural memory. Following Schechner and Turner, ritual is seen as a performance of repetition and transformation. Next. According to Asman and Ahmed, memory and emotion circulate within the community through shared affect. In short, Kidung is not just performed, it remembers, feels, and connects. Next. The study uses a qualitative ethnographic approach in Kinarjo, Yogyakarta. I observed ritual practices, examined documentation, and interpreted the meaning of Kidung in its sacred context. Ethically, the study respects the ritual authority of the Juru Kunci, especially Mbah Asi, the current custodian. Next. Okay. Bisa di-play videonya? Video bisa di-play? Oh ya, video bisa di-play? Yeah. Okay. During the night vigil, Gedung Mocopat create a calm, meditative atmosphere. The slow rhythm and collective voice produce a feeling of surrender, what Javanese called sumeleh. This repetition transforms fear of eruption into shared peace. Gedung becomes a living archive, a way of remembering through sound and body. Next slide. The ritual also expresses power and sacred politics. It commemorates the Sultan's enthronement and reaffirms his symbolic connection with Merapi. But at the same time, the local community, through the Gedung, asserts its own spiritual authority. Thus, the ritual represents shared legitimacy between royal and local power. Next slide.
1 more minute, please.
Okay. Emotion plays a central role. Through collective chanting, people share devotion, fear, and reverence. This emotional circulation builds communal strength in facing Merapi unpredictability. Ritual sound transforms anxiety into faith. But in recent years, the ritual has become more visible to the public. Media and tourism bring a new attention, creating both preservation and commodification. Still, the sacred meaning survives through adaptation and cultural negotiation. Next. Okay. To conclude, Gedung Merapi represents an arts politics of memory. It shows how art, emotion, and belief are woven together to sustain tradition. Through sound, the people of Merapi remember, feel, and survive. It is through Gedung that sacred memory continues to live in every breath, in every voice that sings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the great presentations. And the next one, we'd like to invite Ibu Udiana Wasista SSNMSN to have the next presentations. Allow me to read the CV. Ibu Udiana Wasista is a lecturer and researcher at the Indonesian Institute of the Arts, ISI Denpasar, focusing on arts and culture. And his expertise includes interior designs, art studies, and traditional Balinese architecture. The time's yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad in this opportunity I present my paper. I know the title is too long, so I go to main topic. About this study presents the theory of liminal interiority. We argue that I abbreviate Ratu Gede Mecaling as RGM in this paper. RGM offers a model of protection that is not rigid like a fortress, yet not naively open. It is a model of protection contingent on ethical reciprocity rather than territorial sovereignty, a paradigm relevant to current global challenge. We live in an era of spatial crisis where technocratic rationality and digital mediation have estranged us from the world. Existing paradigms, the exclusive fortress mentality, and naive neoliberal permeability before, not yet, are inadequate for addressing ecological and social crises. A research gap exists. Balinese cosmology, particularly its liminal guardian figure, remain under-theorized in global spatial ethics and Anthropocene debates. The main question is, how does RGM or Ratu Gede Mecaling articulate an alternative ontology, which we call protective cohabitation, where protection emerges from the ethical maintenance of permeable membranes. Next, into slide 4. So this is my findings. This slide contrasts three paradigms of protections. On one hand, we have the fortress mentality, a rigid model reliant on exclusion, hermetic immunity, and fixed territorial sovereignty. On the other is neoliberal flow, characterized by naive permeability, boundary erosion, and homogenizing logic. We propose the third paradigms embodied by Ratu Gedi Mecaling as threshold immunity. This is not exclusion. It's achieved through relation and ritual reciprocity. The operational logic is to regulate chaos through ritual protocols, not eliminate it, thereby maintaining a necessary balance between the scalar and scalar realms. Into 6 slides. Okay, in this slide, we view the RGM myth as compressed wisdom system, okay, and propose mythological literacy as an epistemic practice. RGM teaches competencies for navigating complex problems, tolerance for ambiguity, both protection and punisher, relational thinking, ethical pragmatism, prioritizing ritual efficacy, and multiple temporalities. Unlike the exclusive Roman lares, traditional god in Roman, or the bureaucratic Chinese Tudigong, wealthy god from Chinese traditional myth. RGM innovation is contractual conditionality. Protection is not contingent on ritual compliance. Next, into the last slide. Back one slide, sorry.
One more minute, please.
In conclusion, RGM offer the paradigms of threshold immunity. The central finding is that interiority is understood as a relational space negotiated through ritual, yielding a model of ethical openness. Theoretically, this study positions mythology as a wisdom system to expand spatial and ecological theory. Practically, it informs myth-sensitive governance frameworks. The study limitation is its focus on the Balinese context. Future research should explore comparative liminal guardians across the Asia-Pacific and empirically test myth-sensitive institutional design. So, in the next slide, I close this presentation with this quote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wonderful presentations. And next presenter would like to invite Gede Bayu Segara Putra, SDS MSN. Allow me to read the CV. He's a visual designer academic whose research focused on visual communication media studies. He earned his bachelor degree in visual communications design, master degrees in art creation studies from the Indonesian Institute of the Arts in Isi Denpasar. Please welcome on the stage Gede Bayu Segara Putra, SDS MSN.
Om Swastiastu. Good afternoon, all of the speakers and participants on B-GAAD 2 2025. Thank you for the opportunity given to me to participate on this extraordinary symposium. And I'm so nervous today. Today I would like to present my presentation about the ecological balance and the symbolism of Balinese Hindu mythology, the on the Bali Art Festival posters. Please, next. Bali is currently experiencing an ecological crisis caused by tourism development, land conversion, and waste crisis management. The Anthropocene era shows that the separation between human and nature and modern philosophy has failed to maintain ecological balance. Therefore, it is essential to revive local wisdom connected to nature. The Trihita philosophy and Balinese Hindu mythology offer a relevant perspective which emphasizes the balance between human, God, and nature, can guide us in overcoming these ecological challenges. Next. Balinese Hindu mythology offers a vision of the inseparable relationship between human and nature. Nature is considered a sacred entity that must be protected and respected. Mythological figures like Kalpataru, Naga Basuki, and Gajah Mina carry deep meaning related to ecological balance. Balinese mythology is not just folklore, but serves as an ethical and cognitive framework, teaching the importance of maintaining ecological balance for the survival of all beings. The Bali Art Festival is the largest annual cultural event in Bali. I am preserving and promoting traditional Balinese art. Every year, the Bali Art Festival features a theme related to important ecological issues such as BHUWANA, Segara Kirtya, and others. The Bali Art Festival posters act as the main visual communication tool to convey the theme of the festival and messages about ecological balance to both local and international audiences. Nangun Sat Kirti Loka Bali as ecological vision in Bali. The vision of Nangun Sat Kirti Loka Bali focuses on the purification of 6 pillars of life. There are Atma Kirti, or souls, Wana Kirti, forest, Dano Kirti, water, Segara Kirti, oceans, Jana Kirti, human, and Jagat Kirti, the universe. The Bali Art Festival poster serves to visualize this vision and bridge the gap between sublime philosophical teaching and public ecological awareness. This poster makes abstract ecological concepts more tangible and accessible to the public. Next. The Bali Art Festival poster utilizes symbols from Balinese Hindu mythology that are rich in semiotic meaning to convey messages about ecological balance. Symbols such as Kalpataru, Naga Basuki, and Gajah Mina are not just decorative elements but carry profound conventional meaning related to the relationship between human, God, and nature. Please, next. The Bali Art Festival poster features Balinese Hindu mythology figures that represent different ecological elements. Kalpataru symbolize Wana Kirti, or purification of forest, representing the tree of life that connect the spiritual and physical world. Nagawasuki is the guardian of water, symbolizing Dano Kirti, or purification of water. Gajah Mina represent the bridge to reef ecosystem, symbolizing Segara Kirti, or purification of the seas. Through the symbols, the poster teaches the importance of maintaining ecological balance for the survival of life.
One more minute, please.
Okay. The power of visual communication. The Bali Art Festival poster have evolved beyond being mere informational tools to become powerful visual educational mediums. Through symbols like Kalpataru, Naga Basuki, and Gajah Mina, the poster communicates messages about ecological balance in an intuitive way, even without text literacy. This makes them an effective tool for educating the public, both locally and internationally, about the important and preserving ecological harmony, so familiar and currently resonant symbol. So the conclusion is the Bali Art Festival poster have transformed into effective educational tools for conveying messages about ecological balance. The use Balinese Hindu mythology figures in the poster is not just for aesthetic purpose, but a deliberate semiotic act. The poster function is a bridge between government policy, philosophical teaching, and public ecological awareness. So this poster, the ecological value embedded in Balinese philosophy are communicated to the public in intuitive and impactful way. That's my conclusion, and thank you for the attention and for the opportunity. I end it with Prama Santi, Om Santi 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 Om, Matur Suksema Rahayu.
Thank you very much, Mahayu. I'd like to invite to go back to the seat. And for the next presenter, we'd like to invite Doayu Savitri Sastrawan. Born a Balinese nomad, Doayu Eka Savitri Sastrawan is a lecturer at ISI Bali, and she studied Masters in Global Arts at Goldsmiths University of London, UK, and Fine Arts Painting at ISI Denpasar. Her research interest is to explore the interdisciplinary possibilities in the arts and also language within the global society and culture. Doayu Savitri Sastrawan, the time is yours.
Thank you, Bu Dewi. Good afternoon, Om Swastiastu. Thank you to the Rector of ISI Bali, Pak Prof. Adnana, and team, the B-GAAD team, for the opportunity. And today I'll be presenting this paper. So in the recent years, films from different sides of the world emerged. Animation, with its development in digital tools, made it possible to create further detailing, especially on intricate character visuals known to be found in Asia. Either published films or presented as an artwork in a gallery, it managed to retell ancestral stories from Asia or Oceania. Next. This leads to film as bridge to side-eye aesthetics, the development of readings in Orientalism, post-colonialism, and decolonization, resulting further knowledge production in aesthetics as an important theory in the visual culture, which is an extension of art history in itself. One of them being Shohat and Stamp's polycentric aesthetic views. Next. They argued art is born between individual and communities and cultures. With that, creation comes from between permeable changing communities that resulted in carnivalesque and realist magic visuals. Therefore, a polycentric approach is a way of re-envisioning aesthetics. Next. So these two films exist in their own places, yet their positionings are related, building back myths and memories to be reintroduced. Next. So first, Pahit Manis Night Forest was exhibited at Art Gallery of New South Wales by Leila Stevens, shows storytelling as preservation and act of survival. It hopes to guide conservation efforts. I think this also relates to other papers today. With Pahit Manis, meaning bittersweet, to quote, these are stories of both hope and lament at a time when our environment is under threat. The storytelling combines wayang kulit performance by female dalang Ida Ayu Sriwidnani, who is an ISI Bali student, as Tantri, side by side with animated archives of country trails in Batuan and Sanat paintings, contemporary art version of Batuan painting voiceover by a note on dreams collected by Need and Basin, and the remaining forest of Bali. In the display, 4 paintings from the Australian Museum is to refer to the materiality of the painting while being digitized and animated as well. Next. So Tantri tales were chosen by Leila as they are fables, folk tales that are strange little funny stories told in oral storytelling. Tantri, as the feminist survivor in this movie, performs a contemporary script channeling the rage of Macan Gading or White Tiger, having their home destroyed. It's layered by recordings of Bali's last remaining old-growth forest in Jembrana, as this sonic element links past and future archives of forests in Bali. The work resulted in mythic dimensions of gliding and sweeping into the forest as archive to the environment crisis mode in Bali, and the paintings used in animation with tigers upon them witness the loss. Next. We also found the existence of grotesque imageries, the social function of about reverence and safety in the Asian region it's found. And this resonates Shohat and Stamp's statement previously. Leila argued storytelling could be an act of survival. With two sides of a coin in our natural world, scala ni scala, ruang bineda, as she found, it is what is protected resulting in harmony and what is destroyed resulting in violence. And the movie glides in phases of moon cycles to slow things down. Next. Connecting the dots, K-pop Demon Hunters, a full-length film on Netflix, is literally Ruang Bineka pop. Why? Here we watch two worlds collide within a grotesque setting in a mythic dimension. Maggie Kang, the director, who's a South Korean-born Canadian film director, explained that all she was aiming for, quote, an animated movie set in Korea that really showcased our culture and our mythology. Next. As written in the Korean Herald, Park Jin-hee mentioned, the film is filled with something even more powerful, a rich blend of Korean culture, age-old traditions, and shamanistic elements woven into the story and characters, such as the girl band Huntrix weapons on the left, based on weaponry and shamanic instruments, while boyband Saja Boys on the right refer to two meanings, lion and Josung Saja, the Grim Reapers. Next.
1 more minute, please.
Okay. But before you continue, I want to offer the word demon as Damon said in archaic spelling, because that's more related to Buddha Kala that we know. Because the big bad there is Bhima, and the director refers as the voice in all our heads about negativity and time. Next. Next. Okay, to conclude, folklores being slipped into the films represented in slightly different ways, moving away from its original forms of visuals, i.e. paintings, have created fresh approaches to telling the story to a wider and younger global audience. Next. Okay. Grotesque approaches increased by mythic dimensions is bluntly telling the real situation, while demons as Butakala as reminders of time's immorality is our slowing down reminders on navigating positivity and negativity as a human. Storytelling as a way of surviving seems vividly emerging not only by Hitmanis snipers but also through K-pop demon hunters. Next. Thank you for listening. Om Santi Santi Om.
Thank you very much. It's very interesting. I almost sing because to see the K-pop demon hunters. And for the last presenter for today, for the sessions, please welcome on the stage Vanessa Martida, SSE MSN. Vanessa Martida, SSE MSN, completed her in a university and earned her Master of Arts degree from the Indonesian Institute of the Arts in ISI Bali in 2023. She currently teaches at the Animation Study Program, Faculty of Fine Arts and Design in ISI Bali. Please welcome on the stage Vanessa Martida.
Thank you. Om Swastiastu. Good afternoon, everyone. The Committee of the Bali Global Arts and Design Symposium, distinguished guests, fellow speakers, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Vanessa Martida from the Animation Study Program, Faculty of Art and Design of ISI Bali. Today I will share about the retelling the myth of Timun Mas through Aniwayang Ijo dan Emas. Next. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this animation film is written by Andina Subarja and directed by Daud Nugraha, expands the expressive potential of shadow play, or we call it wayang, and creates the new dialogue between the traditional performance and modern animation. Well, in short, Ijo dan Emas show us how folklore can be retold in digital form, not only to preserve the cultural memory, but also to offer the fresh and modern interpretation that connect with today's audience. Next. Right? Yes. So it tells the tale of a young girl named Timun Mas who escaped from a man-eating giant Buto Ijo using her cleverness and courage. However, in Aniwayang version, The story takes a completely new direction, one that challenges our usual way of seeing monsters and heroes. Next slide. So, the film begins with the character Kancil, who is running from something unseen. But instead of being a threat, Buto Ijo appears as a giver of life. He hands Kancil cucumber because he wants to be friends with Kancil. This twist immediately changed how we see him. The monster is no longer purely evil. When Buto Ijo said, gagal lagi, kalau begini terus kapan aku punya teman? Masa wajahku seseram itu sih? He said like, am I really that scary? The film becomes a self-reflective. It makes us think about how myth shape identity and fear, and turning him from a symbol of danger into symbol of empathy. Next slide. Well, later, Buto Ijo hears an old woman praying for a child. He decided to give her his only heirloom, a golden talisman. Well, in the original story, he demands the child as a payment. Here, he gave the gift of life instead. As Timun must grow up, she be friends with Buto Ijo, but the mbok or old woman warns her to stay away. But we, the audience, already know that he's not dangerous. This irony makes us question how fear is taught and inherited through stories to the generation. Next. In the next scene, Buto Ijo saves Timun Mas from falling a cliff. The so-called monster becomes a hero, and he also offers Timun Mas terasi doll, a simple toy made from fermented paste. It represents the transformation. Something smelly or ugly becomes a source of joy. And the emotional climax comes when Buto Ijo sings outside the Timun Mas house with his ukulele because he heard Timun Mas crying all day. So the music becomes a bridge between them, between humans and monsters. Next slide. Next slide. In the final scenes, the villagers attack Buto Ijo out of fear, but Timun Mas resists. Timun Mas calls out, "Pa, father," to Buto Ijo. The whole myth is reborn, the monster becomes a parent figure, and the line between good and evil dissolves completely. Next slide. So in conclusion, Ijo and Amas is a powerful reinterpretation of the Timun Mas myth. The film breaks down the traditional binaries, good versus evil, human versus monster. So Aniwayang Studio reclaimed it as a living text that only grows, adapts, and speaks to our times. Ijo and Amas remind us that myths are not fixed. The empathy itself can rewrite even from the oldest stories. Thank you very much for listening. Santi.
Very nice, very creative, and very interesting presentations. Thank you very much. That was our last presenter for this symposium for today. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next one, we will have the summary of the symposiums by the committee. The time is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Namo Buddhaya, Rahayu. Before I read the summary, allow me to, on behalf of the ISI Bali and also as well as the committees of the symposium, to express our sincere gratitude to all participants, both invited speaker and open call speakers, for your contributions and for making this happen. We see this as a great opportunity to make a connection, as well as the sharing ideas collectively from all around the world. And without further ado, please allow me to read the symposium and a summary of the symposium, and the summary is as follows. The theme, myth, world, memories, was successfully elaborated into discourses, artworks, and design manifestations by B-GAAD participants. including both academic communities and professionals, artists, and designers. The elaboration of myth within these discourses encompasses renewed perspectives and reinterpretations in anthropological, historical, neuroscientific, aesthetic, and artistic design contexts. The mythological world maintains a balance in human reasoning, ensuring that rationality does not rely solely upon empirical logos, but remains in constant dialectic with myth, which is grounded in experience, intuition, and imagination. To fully comprehend the world, one must embrace both dimensions, logos and myth, for the world cannot be perceived merely as the temporality of the present, but must also endure as a continuum of memory across generations. Next, please. Reinforcing myth through next new forms of artistic expressions, including explorations of the new media, is crucial for internalizing memory. Each moment offers new experiences that simultaneously construct new collective memories. Next, please. The symposium also introduced compelling proposition aimed at strengthening Asia-Pacific solidarity in advancing new innovations. Institutions of higher education in arts and design hold a vital and strategic role in revitalizing cultural resilience and amid instability, conflict, socioeconomic inequality, and the growing threat of losing local cultural values. The Asia-Pacific Axis Arts and Design Higher Education, initiated by ISI Bali, has been warmly embraced by numerous universities across the region. And since the inaugural B-GAAD in 2024, this initiative has rapidly gained momentum and collective support from partner institutions throughout the Asia-Pacific, including Kazakh's National Academy of Choreography from Kazakhstan, Nanyang Academy Fine Arts and LaSalle College of Arts, Singapore, the Akademi Seni Budaya dan Warisan Kebangsaan Aswara, Malaysia, Mahasarakam University, Thailand, Jiangxi Institute of Fashion Technology, China, Okinawa Prefectural University of Arts, Kunitachi College of Music, and Kyoto Saga University of Arts in Japan, as well as Hankook University of Foreign Studies and Yongsan University of Korea. An important and historic milestone was achieved during the B-GAAD too, as all leaders and faculty members of the Asia-Pacific Axis of Arts and Design Higher Education Forum successfully formulated and signed the B-GAAD Declaration. This declaration, addressing the Asia-Pacific region, which holds rich and diverse artistic and design cultures that must be sustained while embracing future innovation. By strengthening collaboration among higher education institutions, we can enhance cultural exchange, academic mobility, and collective creativity. This shared commitment forms the foundation of our unified network to contribute to a stronger and more connected future for the region. As the concrete outcome of this declaration, there are 5 noble missions named Pancha Mahadharma, namely, first, the strengthening partnership to advance and sustain academic excellence, commitment to prosperity of local communities, collaborating to preserve local cultural heritage, actively participating in conversation of ecological balance, as well as fostering creativity and the level of innovation in arts and design. B-GAAD too has demonstrated how myth remains a powerful source of cultural memory and creative innovation, enriching discourse and artistic practices across diverse academic and professional perspectives. The symposium also strengthened regional solidarity through Asia-Pacific Axis of Arts and Design Higher Education, uniting institutions in their shared commitment to resilience and collaborations. The historic signing of the B-GAAD Declaration and adoption of the Pancha Mahadharma affirmed our collective mission to advance academic excellence, support community prosperity, preserve cultural heritage, protect ecological balance, and promote creativity and technological innovation. chart a clear pathway towards more connected and sustainable future for the Asia Pacific through transformative power of arts and design. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your meaningful participation and valuable contribution throughout this symposium. May the collaboration and shared commitments we have established continue to strengthen our collective efforts in advancing art and design in the Asia Pacific region. We wish you continued success and look forward to meeting you again next event. Thank you very much. Om Santi 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom. Namo Buddhaya. Rahayu.
Thank you very much for the summary of the symposium by committee. And now let's just have a special moment also and dan juga Ibu Senat beserta Wan advisors on the stage akan diadakan award certificates kepada seluruh speakers, seluruh presenters yang sudah menyajikan yang luar biasa. Silakan. And I'd like to invite to the stage Professor Dr. to have the certificate. Can we have a applause everyone? Dan mohon beberapa presenters bisa siap-siap di sini supaya kami bisa selesai untuk naik ke atas panggung. Yes. Thank you very much. The certificates and also the souvenirs. Okay, and the next one we'd like to invite Professor Dr. SSMSE. Thank you very much. And then next we'd like to invite Dr. SSMSE. Special appreciations for all the speakers from Citta Bali. From Citta Bali to Citta Bali. And the next one we'd like to invite people who have been SSM and MSN. Opportunity for the speakers to are here today for the symposiums. And the next one I would like to invite Academy SM Ballroom. And next we'd like to invite Kirtya and maraya and AA. And we would like to invite the advisors of the SSMSN. And the next one would like to invite people who SSMSN. next one, BHUWANA Fitri, Sarawak NA. Yes, and the last one, we would like to invite Vanessa Magrida, Assistant MSS. Thank you very much, and let's have a group picture together. And for the invitation sessions, please take the time to deliver the sessions. Kami silakan untuk bisa foto bersama, mohon dibantu dari sesi dokumentasi, fotografer. Yes. Okay. 1 and 2 and 3. Smile. A very great time. Thank you so much. Terima kasih banyak Bapak Rektor, Ibu Ketua Senat, para Wakil Rektor, dan seluruh speakers. Respected ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And we would like to invite all of you to go back to the seat. And ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of the B-GAADS 2025, we would like to extend our heartfelt appreciations to all the speakers, the participants and organizing committees who made this event a success. May this symposium continue to serve as a bridge that connects with creativity, culture, and collaborations, strengthening global understanding through the arts. We wish everyone have a wonderful day here in Bali Island, of course, in our campus of ISI Bali. See you again at the next of the Bali Global Arts and Design Symposiums next year. We will close the symposiums with Paramasanti. Om Santi 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 Om. ISI Bali Go for shining futures. Thank you and see you next time.